in the chat, and I didn't mean to rap. But it's Saturday and well, Saturday night, and I wanted to just do a lighthearted discussion. Uh, I don't see this getting spicy, but online, anything can be spicy. The most benign thing, people can literally just say, "Hey, I like cinnamon toast," and there will people come on. There would be people literally come online and say, "Why do you like cinnamon? Nutmeg is better," or cinnamon is cruel because they have to harvest something or other. Like literally, people will start a beef about anything. So I guess there's nothing that's perfectly benign online. Not even cat videos, because then people will say I'm tired of seeing cats. And yeah, sometimes I'm tired of watching cats. But I wouldn't feel the need to comment on it. I would just simply ignore the post and move on. But today's topic is, I think, lighthearted, but it has the potential for being spicy. This topic is philosophy inundates you against bad political and religious ideas. Bad ideas generally, it inundates you from because philosophy, unlike any other field that you might undergo, with the exceptions of perhaps mathematics and physics, teaches you how to think and reason. There's really no other discipline. There's there's really no other intellectual discipline that teaches you that. Like I said, outside of math and perhaps physics, those are the three academic fields in which you would learn actually how to think and reason. Psychology is also good because it teaches you the processes behind thinking and reasoning, but um, what's up, Smoky Rides? But it doesn't it doesn't always teach you the critical thinking behind it, unless you have a well in a good department they will. But yeah, guys, so today's topic is philosophy inundates you against bad political and religious ideas. I mean, but not just from one professor, because one any particular professor or philosopher may have their own sets of biases, right? So, given as a whole, you learn how to think better, how to reason well, and you find that most people steeped in a philosophical tradition generally think more critically on political and religious matters. This is why, I mean, whether people like it or not, most people in philosophy are atheists or agnostics. Most of them, not all, but most of them are. Um, and that's pretty much the case in science as well, but more so in philosophy. And as far as political leanings, yeah, well, most people in philosophy do lean left, but not all of them. There are some very staunchly conservative people in philosophy as well. Those tend to be the ones who are more grounded in, say, like logic and math. Those philosophers tend to be more moderate or right leaning. But the ones who tend to be more into the soft philosophy means stuff like studying like ethics, uh, virtue theory, aesthetics, stuff like that. That's considered the soft philosophy, whereas hard philosophy is more like logic, epistemology, and philosophy of science. But we can definitely get into that discussion if if people appear in the chat. If not, I will go about my business and watch something until I go to sleep and talk to my wife. Which she should be appearing soon as well as a moderator. Uh, if if Moonlit Fern sees this later, I want to apologize for not starting my live stream early. I told him 7 p.m. my time, but I ended up doing other stuff. I went for an evening run and watched some TV, did some martial arts, and watched a little bit of anime before I got into doing this chat and ate ate dinner. Uh, I guess I can call it dinner. It was just peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but and that was on purpose, by the way. That wasn't a struggle meal. Like I intended to. I've been wanting to eat peanut butter and jelly for like the last week or two, but you know I forgot to buy bread. Now that I have bread, I wanted to smash some peanut butter and jelly. Anywho, uh, but anywho, yeah. So like I said, philosophy inundates you against political and religious bad ideas. What's up, Texas Stoner? What's going on, man? So from the earlier chat in Moonlit Ferns live chat, Texas Stoner, I decided to actually do something on philosophy again today, since he gave me the inspiration. What does inundate mean? Like it it protects you from it. That's what inundate like protects you from something. Like when you get like a vaccine to inundate you against um, a certain infection or illness, you're inundated from it. So I'm saying philosophy inundates you against bad ideas, protects you from those bad ideas. Um, and this is why I think it should. I've argued this for years that public education should require philosophy, and it would be easily to implement it. Um, since there usually is some sort of mathematical and deductive requirements, formal logic could be put in the camp uh, of under math, because symbolic logic largely is math. Like you actually have to know math to do formal logic. Uh, I would say after doing algebra one, kid. Well, I would say after doing algebra two, kids should be ready to do logic. At least on a high school level, on a collegiate level, you should be able to do collegiate level algebra, which is obviously a higher level than on the high school level. But on the high school level, after you've done like algebra two, I think logic is a good idea. The earlier the better, really. And then informal logic could be taught as part of the your language arts and English curriculum, right? So informal logic and um, then perhaps they teach philosophy as well, like a and that could fit into like um, eh, it, it, I can see that fitting into like a history class. So like a history of philosophy of Western philosophy, particularly, could, like, since we usually have to take world history anyway in high school, then that could fit somewhere in the history requirements, history of philosophy or whatever. So with those three courses, or maybe they might want to combine them all into one course just for a whole year, just for just for philosophy, and like each quarter delves into something. Like one quarter is logic, the second quarter is informal logic, another quarter is history of philosophy, and uh, then the fourth quarter is ethics. It doesn't matter. They can do it either way. They can either make them each one a separate class that lasts uh, a semester or a year, or they can make it all into one class just with the broad label of philosophy, and in each academic quarter concentrate on a different major aspect of philosophy. It's you know I'll leave that up to the academics to determine that. But what I would say is philosophy, and on some level, should be taught on the public education level, on the grade school level, and in public school. You will have better students who make better decisions and think better. Um, and like I said, the people who are generally trained in philosophy, and it's not a lot of us, tend to reason better than the average schmo. We tend not to be easily persuaded by clever marketing, by certain social movements. Um, we're not easily influenced by charismatic politicians. Um, and we generally don't align ourselves with strong religious views. So, I philosophy should be, like I said, required in grade school. And I would make it a requirement in college too, but definitely grade school where everyone would have access to it. And I mean at the earliest levels, not like at not like once you get to the 11th and 12th grade, but like ninth or 10th grade. Um, but I'm curious what some people think. Can you guys hear the ambient music in the background? Is another song, AI generated song through ambient cinematics. It's called 8 Hours of Soothing Batman Vibes for Clarity and Focus, Deep Ambient Relaxation. And for those who don't know, yes, I'm a huge Batman fan, so I like hearing this music. It's some AI generated music, kind of based off the music from the Dark Knight theme from the Dark Knight movie. He says it's a little quiet, but yeah, I can. Yeah, I don't play it too loudly, Texas Stoner, because it'll get like if it's played too prominently in the background, it it gets copyrighted. So it doesn't count as a copyright strike, but because it's copyrighted, it's gonna have I'll get limited monetization for that if I have copyrighted music in the background. So that's why I play it lowly. And of course, the more I talk over it, the less people, the less you can hear it. So that's good as well. But yeah, I started doing that like 2 months ago. I found people kind of like the soft playing music in the background. Usually, I will play either lo-fi or like classical music, like either Chinese classical music or European classical music, um, or this ambient sort of music. But yeah, I'm so guys, I'm willing to take some questions on like philosophy or politics and why I would argue that um, that philosophy protects you from embracing some of these bad ideas that we often get through mainstream media, um, as far as politics and religion is concerned. Like I said, it's philosophically philosophically minded people generally are more critically thinking, um, especially those who are like hard nosed logicians or people who are steeped heavily in like a science background of one or the other fields. They tend to want claims to have some sort of testability to them before they embrace them. I don't know who that person is, Rudiger. He said, what do you think about so and so Wilson? Don't know who that is. If it's a joke, then again, I didn't say the whole name because I know people try to set you up with some sort of random name that they think they can get you on, like on The Simpsons with Bart Simpson. But you'll have to be more specific. And if it's something not about, and if it's someone who's not American, I'm probably not gonna know about it. So if people are asking me about like issues in some country that's not, I still don't know who that is. Caesar, sorry, it's a typo. It's Williams. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Is this person American? Are they a politician? Uh, you have to give me some background. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about the LA Crips. I don't. I'm not steeped into criminal culture. Like that's not something I study. I don't know anything about him. It's not the guy who's like locked up for life, who wrote like a few children's. I know one of the founders of one of those gangs was locked up in prison for life, and I think he wrote a few children's novels. And I think he got some awards for it. And because of that, people argued that he should be released from prison. I don't know. If he unalive people, then I have no problem with him staying the rest of his life in prison. Like unless he was underage when it happened. If he was over the age of if, he was over the age of 21, he knew what he was doing. So, 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 whatever. Um, but that's if we're talking about the same person. I don't know if we're talking about the same person because I remember writing a blog article about someone. It might have been Tiki Williams, um, but I don't remember. I don't recall his name because I literally wrote that blog article like 20 years, like about 19 years ago. So, um, but I don't know how that fits in with philosophy and politics per se. So he did write some books in prison, and he was an adult when he went to prison. He was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. I'm going to just say this bluntly: the Nobel Peace Prize doesn't mean shit anymore. It really doesn't. They go, they gave the Nobel Peace Prize. See, this is where like, okay, now we're talking about something relevant. Something I can dig my teeth into, so to speak. Um, the Nobel Peace Prize really doesn't mean much anymore. It's given out ceremoniously, regardless of someone actually deserving it or not. I mean, it lost pretty much like all its significance when they gave it to this war criminal back in the 70s who orchestrated all these horrible like conflicts around the world, including when Laos and Cambodia. And guys, you know who I'm talking about. Some of you, um, I don't want to have to look it up. What was that guy's name? I think he just died last year, but he was like what the Secretary of State or whatever back in the 70s under Lyndon Johnson and Nixon or whatever. Kissinger. That's what I'm thinking about. Henry Kissinger. They gave the Nobel Peace Prize to Kissinger, a fucking war criminal. Like back in the 70s, it lost the Nobel's Peace Prize lost all this all the significance after that, and then that wasn't the first time. I mean, that wasn't the last time. Then oh, President Obama received the Nobel Peace Prize just by virtue of him getting elected as the first so-called black president, and he's not black. But I'm not going to go there today. But he got a Nobel Peace Prize for what? For nothing. He literally just got a Nobel Peace Prize for becoming the first non-white president, American president, and he did nothing to deserve that. He he ended up deporting so many people across the Mexican border. They called him the deporter in chief. And then I guess he thought he would make up for it by creating the whole DACA program, which I'm not going to, well, I don't want to go into the DACA program, but it was both pointless and not fully effective anyway. So I think he knew that. I think he instituted a program that didn't have much teeth to it, just to look like he was doing something. But whatever. On top of that, he had this so-called Nobel Peace Prize winner orchestrated all the his little secret drone war throughout the Middle East and North Africa during his term in office in places like Yemen and Somalia, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, places like that. These little secretive drone strikes. And just to show that I'm not pulling just from right leaning news sources, the Washington Post themselves in their editorial, they mentioned that this guy, the Barack Obama, the president at the time, had had approved of military operations that even George Bush thought went too far. But he gets a Nobel Peace Prize. Or what about the Burmese leader who briefly was president? I don't think she is right now. Ang Ang Si Ang Chi whatever her name is. She was under she was in home detention for like 20 years in Burma for being a leader of a party that went against the major political party in Burma, in Myanmar. And for her efforts, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But when she became president of Myanmar, she she was in there when there was a major uh, inter-religious conflict between Buddhists and Muslims. And guess what? The Muslims weren't the attackers, the aggressors here, guys. It was the Buddhists. People are gonna be like, "What? Buddhists? Buddhists don't attack people." Shit, yes they do. The Buddhists were killing and 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 just causing all sorts of mayhem in Myanmar, and she didn't do anything about it because she backed the Buddhists. But she got a Nobel Peace Prize. The Nobel Peace Prize doesn't mean shit anymore. So even if Tiki Williams wins one, it literally doesn't mean anything anymore. It really doesn't. Ever since Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize doesn't mean shit. So sorry for that long rant, but I thought the need to explain why I was going to say that even if Tookie Williams won a Nobel Peace Prize, it doesn't mean that he deserves to be released from prison. If the dude was banging all throughout the 70s and 80s and causing other brothers to lose, other innocent people, brothers, whomever, to lose their lives, he deserves to stay right where he at for the rest of his life. American prison system needs to stop releasing these pookies and ray rays back into the community where they can just further terrorize the community endlessly until they end up back in jail anyway because of recidivism. We need to institute Singapore like laws. Singapore is literally the safest country in the world, and they have some of the most severe laws on the books in that country because it works. Who would have thought that who would thought that pro- economic well who would have thought that both progressive economics but harsh conservative laws um, combined together would create a really nice place to live. Well, philosophers did. Going all the way back to Plato. Rugard Party Services, they say he deserved it for brokering a truce between Bloods and Crips and making a public service tape for prisoners. Did he really broker the truce, though? You know how many times they've had a truce between Bloods and Crips? Like, he made a broker the truce, but then they were banging again and again and again. And the fact of the matter is, most of the times, it's not just the Bloods versus the Crips. It's usually neighborhoods versus other neighborhoods because you often the case will be you may be in a neighborhood where there's some who are Bloods, some who are Pyru, some who are Crips, some who are maybe Latin lords or MS-13, and all the other organizations out there that I'm not going to bother to mention. But when it comes to their neighborhood, they will band together to to fight against gangs in another neighborhood that may be of the same gang as them. I mean, if we're going to talk about broken or truce, so now does Kendrick Lamar deserve a Nobel Peace Prize for forging a truce between the different gangs to go against to basically make fun of Drake? I mean, he was on stage in L.A. He's now basically crowned the king of hip hop right now, and at least the king of the West Coast, if not all of hip hop right now. And like he had Bloods, Pyrus, and Crips on stage with him, dancing with him to his song that he played like 20 times. He played like the same song 20 times. It's just basically making fun of Drake. I mean, that was outstanding, but does that deserve a Nobel Peace Prize? I don't know. Even if it does, I mean, like I said, the Nobel Peace Prize doesn't really mean anything anymore. As far as Tuki doing these sorts of things as a, I he doing nice things now doesn't doesn't change the fact that he he was involved in people losing their lives. I mean, think about it from just a common sense standpoint. If someone unalived some some family members of yours or your children or your spouse, do you really care what that same person did 20 30 years later, all the good things that he did in his life? Is that going to bring back your loved ones? It's really not. So he said he was actually nominated 5 times for a Peace Prize. Like again, like I said, I'm not surprised. The Peace Prize doesn't mean anything anymore. Like I said, ever since Henry Kissinger won a Peace Prize, it really hasn't meant anything. It it doesn't. It's just a ceremonial thing. Regard says, I believe he was anti-gang after a certain point, but that doesn't change. The man was executed in 2005 for killing 4 people. He shouldn't have a Peace Prize. Also, he was executed. That's right. So that was what I wrote about in my blog piece 20 years ago. Well, 19 years ago rather, about that. I was saying because I was actually on the opposite end of this discussion where I was arguing in my blog at the time that I think he deserved a second chance. However, now as a man 19 years later, I wrote that when I was in my 20s. Now I'm in my 40s. I see it completely, like I see it differently now. I see it now as a someone who's lived years, and he I have no problem with him earning with him winning the Nobel Peace Prize. My only where I disagree with my earlier self back then is that um, I, I don't think he should have been released. As far as the execution, I'm of half a mind when it comes to executions. Think first, act second says wasn't Tuki executed though. Well, yeah, that's what Rugar Party Service is just telling us that he was. So I think that is what happened back then. And although I don't agree with executions, I don't feel sorry when someone deserves it because, again, he took 4 people's lives, and that can never be brought back, no matter how many good things he does in the future, unless he's actually literally saving people's lives at the cost of his own. So, but clearly that was not a happy ending to that story, right? Even to the secondary victims, the survivors of the persons that he unalived, even they probably will get just limited satisfaction from that. So it's never really a happy ending. A happy ending is for it not to happen at all, right? Thing first, accent says, my bad, I misregards comment. LOL, but yeah, I agree. Being released is crazy after the extent of his crimes. Yeah, so he wasn't released, but like I said, back 19 years ago, I did think he had deserved possible like release, but I disagree with myself back then. I'm not discussing Kamala Harris and all this sort of stuff. I've I've discussed that ad nauseum. If people don't show up for my chats when I do that, then that's on them. I'm not going to rehash old topics that I've already done. But I've trust me, I've spoken about it a lot. You can check out a ton of my videos that I've done, either my previous live streams or some of my previous long form videos. I've talked about it a lot. Now if you want to rephrase your question and ask like, how does philosophy uh, go into like how you choose a candidate, then I'm willing to answer that because that would fit the topic. Like how does someone, you know, being trained in academic philosophy and logic lead them to make better political decisions when it comes to like whom they vote for. And I want to make it clear, just because you're trained in philosophy doesn't mean you're all going to vote in this for the same people. That's not what it means. It just means that when you do vote, you're doing it under you're, you're usually a more informed voter. Or if you don't vote, you're not voting for good reasons as well. Like, um, for instance, some people might choose to stay on the couch this presidential election just because there's literally no one in the election that that represents their interests. So in that case, it is not irrational for them not to vote. But that's why they are third party candidates, though. I think generally, like, there's so many third party positions out there that you can find someone, at least on the presidential level, that will probably meet some, if not most, of your interests. Think first, act second says word Rugard true, but Bloods and Crips made in America helps break down the roots of a lot of gang culture. Well, these gangs, well, gang culture precedes the Bloods and Crips. Like for some, like for instance, like people don't realize the East Coast had a thriving gang culture before LA did, and in fact, it was really bad up until like the 70s or so. Like I think hip hop culture actually worked to kind of um, temper gang life in the New York tri-state area because it used to be really bad. Like if you watch old movies about New York City in the 60s and 70s, it was pretty bad. That's why you have this classic movie called The Warriors. That's it was exaggerated, but yes, gang culture was like that in New York City. If you look at the old '70s movie The Warriors, this is a it's now considered a cult classic. Think First Accent says, "Thanks, so true, fam. I'm from the Bronx. You're touching on some death for real, for real. You beat me to it." So come out and play, Warriors. Come out and play. Yeah, that's a cult classic. But yeah, I mean, you're from the BX. Gang culture used to be like that on the East Coast. What separated that from what happened on the West Coast is that I think the Bloods and Crips became more organized and um, spread just beyond like the city. Like it became like a whole thing across California and the West Coast. Like it became, and now I mean like it's so well known that you have wannabes on all parts of the nation now. Like, um, a lot of these so-called Bloods and Crips on the East Coast are not sanctioned by the real gangs back west. Some of them were like some sets are sanctioned, but not all of them. Most of them aren't. Even Snoop said that. He said y'all need to stop doing that. He said because they don't recognize you over here. um, but yeah, a lot of the Bloods and Crips that came to the East Coast, they are not sanctioned back on the West Coast, and you have all these wannabes now. There are even people on Native American reservations. I wish Moonlit Fern was in here to talk about this, but yeah, there's even on Native American reservations there are there are Indians pretending to be like Bloods and Crips. So, um, and we got thriving gang culture in Baltimore too. We don't like, of course, you got all the wannabe Bloods and Crips, but we also have like um, the what do they call those people? The I can't remember their names, but they are offshoot of the Black Panthers. But they are wild, and of course, we got gang culture coming from Latin America. Like we have Venezuelan gangs right now running amok in Colorado. In Aurora, Colorado, they took over an entire apartment complex like they were the Cash Money Brothers from New Jack City. Took over an entire apartment complex and was forcing black people out of their homes at gunpoint in this apartment complex. That would have happened in places like Texas or Florida. They would have shot those people and the cops would have thanked them for it. If there's think first accents to the CMB, we got yeah, that's literally how look, that's literally how this Venezuelan gang took over this apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. I think they call them Trez something. I don't know the name of the gang, but they're a Venezuelan gang. Um, and now they're not only did they just take over this apartment complex, they're like terrorizing places like in Aurora and Denver, Colorado, and nothing's being done about it. That's what happened when the state goes blue. Because like I said, let them come to let the asses come to Texas and see how well that goes. Shit, let them come to Baltimore. That shit's not gonna go well. We are a blue state, but within Baltimore, uh-uh. We're now recognized, unfortunately, as the homicide capital of the country. So, although I thought we were down to number three, but apparently there's some stats coming out saying that we've made the 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 top of the list, unfortunately. That's another thing philosophy protects you from is joining cult-like organizations like gangs. So be more as crazy, I moved with my head on a swivel. Yeah, I mean, it's not all of Baltimore, but where the violence is so concentrated that it just makes it places you should avoid completely. And even in what's so bad now is even the places that aren't riddled with violent crime, they're still what they call quality of life crimes. So people are getting their cars broken into or stolen. Um, People getting robbed. I was literally last week at the no it was no this week, not last week. It was this week. Literally this week, um, at the gym at Planet Fitness, this old couple had had their car stolen. I'm like, damn, they just doing it right here in front of Planet Fitness now. And I was like, and I was telling my friend, I was like, that's a problem because what if that becomes an ongoing thing? Someone just getting their car stolen while coming to work out, because most people aren't in that mindset that they need to be leery of the neighborhood when they come to the gym. So like the whole quality of life crime thing is up a lot. He said, first think first X second says be funny and rig your door handle with voltage. So that's actually illegal. I didn't notice myself, but you cannot. It's actually illegal to booby trap your homes and also I guess your cars as well. You can't booby trap cars and doors. I mean cars and homes. Um, and there's a whole segment of that on a YouTube channel called Legal Eagle. The guy's a really good lawyer and he's very entertaining. And he goes over why booby trapping your homes and stuff like that is immensely illegal and will land you in prison. He There's a separate video he does. So he has a whole subcategory of videos just based on like TV shows and movies, and he shows why Kevin from Home Alone would would be in jail for all the stuff that he did to those to the burglars. And one of the main reasons for that is that you cannot booby trap your homes. Yeah, you can't booby trap your homes. You can't set up booby traps on your home to hurt people trying to break into your house. It sounds ridiculous. Like, why can't I booby trap my home? It's my home. If they didn't try to break into it, they wouldn't get hurt. But it's actually illegal. I mean, you can have burglar alarms. I mean, you can have burglar alarms, and you can keep you can keep licensed weapons in your home, but you cannot booby trap it. Yeah, it's called Legal Eagle. Think at first second. I mean, think first act second. Sorry, I keep messing your name up. Rip and Dipset 059 says you drunk again, huh? I don't drink, my friend. I haven't drank since college, which has been over 20 years ago. So try again. JR says we'll never. Do you not tire of repeating that? We'll never vote for a geriatric felon. So guys, I'm gonna use this as a case example of why philosophy inundates you from making stupid comments like this. So someone who is politically informed would know that literally every fucking president has committed crimes while in office, going back to the very first president, George Washington. Trump wasn't the first uh, real estate mogul in office. George Washington was. On top of that, he stole land. Yes, he stole land after the French and Indian Wars. On top of that, he owned slaves and bought and owned slaves. And when there was a law that was enacted in Pennsylvania, which is Amish country and Quakers, not just Amish but Quakers. The Quakers instituted a law that slaves, after a certain amount of years, had to be released working on Pennsylvania land. So George Washington just took his slaves and put them on another property to reset the time frame so that he wouldn't have to release those slaves. Honest Abe, Honest Abe, Abraham Lincoln. This man, this man rigged elections, and during the Civil War, he made it illegal to speak up against the war and locked up anyone whom did. They're all criminals. Every last American president has done something they shouldn't have while in office. So if you're gonna ask me, do I care about someone who paid off a porn star to shut her up as compared to a president who owned slaves, or a president who committed Indian genocide, or a president who was committing bank fraud or other sorts of things? Yeah, I'm gonna say Trump isn't that bad. I think First Excellence says facts. George Washington, the Mason. Well, there's nothing bad with being a Freemason. My father's a Freemason. The only reason I didn't become a Freemason, well, one is because it's expensive. Like, just the initiation fee itself is $200. Just the initiation fee. That's not even talking about the yearly dues. But also, I'm just not religious, and a lot of Freemasonry ideals revolve around being a religious person. Now, if you're a religious person, then Freemasonry probably is a great would be a great place to be, because it does foster a lot of connections with influential people, with affluent people, people who might be influential in certain fields that you know you might want to connect with. But a lot of the founding fathers were Freemasons. I don't find that particularly bothersome. What I find bothersome is that they all committed crimes while in office, but people like to pick and choose which president was the worst of these as far as crimes. And someone like he's mentioning 34 felony counts again. He's using the same tired claims that he's done in my streams previously. It doesn't work because he doesn't do his own homework, so he has to repeat everything he's heard on CNN and MSNBC. But all those 34 felony counts basically all refer to the fact that he paid off a porn star and lied about it. That's it. No one cares. No one really cares that he paid off a porn star and lied about it. I care more about presidents who commit war crimes. Again, President Obama, I repeat, President Obama, according to the Washington Post, not Fox News, not the New York Post, not the Washington Examiner, not any tabloid. The Washington Post itself reported this, that he approved military operations that President Bush himself thought went too far. And he led his little secret drone strikes on for years, which killed hundreds of non-combatants. At least what 300 something. I think he killed about three, almost like three, well over 3,000 or so people, and at least 300 plus of them were civilians, non-combatants. He furthered what was instituted in the Patriot Act. Instead of instead of him rescinding the Patriot Act, he just doubled down on it and was jailing whistleblowers. So that's what I care about. I don't care about someone paying off a porn star because he wanted to lie about it because he wanted to be embarrassed about having an affair while being married. I don't care. I care about more serious things than that. Trump is in the 21st century. So the fuck what? So a crime isn't a crime unless it was committed in the 21st century. So everything horrible that's happened in the past doesn't matter because it was so long ago. The Holocaust doesn't matter, right? Slavery doesn't matter, right? Indian genocide doesn't matter, right? The Armenian genocide doesn't matter, right? Um, how far are we gonna go back with this? But only the things that happened within the last 24 years matters, Jr. You're sounding fucking ridiculous, and you're a case point in why I say that people trained in philosophy think more critically because you think partisan. You can't think critically when you're aligned with one political party and all their ideology because most of it's bullshit they're feeding you through their pundits. Why are you going this hard at Nancy Pelosi who does insider trading? Why don't you care that people in Congress are allowed to use the intel that they receive in office to bolster their stock trades, and that they step and that every time there's a bill um, put uh, before Congress to stop them from doing it, they never ratify that bill. Mercanoid Peanut Butter's back. He says Connecticut does not have gangs like how most East Coast states, like New York, Massachusetts, Maryland, or New Jersey. Um, we definitely have some gangs. But from what I know, there's very few places where you will get hassled about colors. Yeah, the colors thing isn't really a thing on the East Coast. In California, it's very serious. Like when I was in LA, um, I was I was kind of conscious about what I was wearing at the time, but I don't think blue jeans really mattered. Other than my blue jeans, I wasn't really wearing anything that had that was like heavily blue or heavily red, so I wasn't worried about that. I had on like white sneakers, that's neutral color, and I think I had on like a black shirt or a black hoodie or something like that. No, I think I had on a gray hoodie, white sneaks, blue jeans. I think that was I think that was a pretty safe to wear. Justo says people worry about the wrong things. They really do. That's very true, Justo. I think first act second says, and those are the numbers we know about, right? Uh, he says the average sheeple get lost in politics as they do with organized religion or even sports. The definitive fanatic. Yeah. So speaking of that, this is why Nietzsche is an underrated philosopher. Back when I first was learning philosophy, I didn't like Nietzsche. I thought he was overrated. Now I think he's underrated. The reason I say he's underrated is because it's so easy to shit on Nietzsche because his writings have been maligned and misused by far right uh like far right ideologues and by people like Nazis and other sorts of fringe groups. But Nietzsche himself didn't identify with any of that far right ideology. He wasn't a Nazi. However, his sister was, and when he was hospitalized and eventually died of syphilis, his his sister actually reworked his some of his writings to bolster to bolster these fringe ideologies on the far right, including the Nazis. So he's been maligned for decades because of his sister reworking his writings to support far right fringe beliefs when that's not his beliefs at all. If anything, he taught people to be leery of people in politics and people in religion and people in powerful positions because as a nihilist, he believed that he wasn't the typical nihilist, by the way. He didn't believe that anything that because there's no meaning to life that anything goes. He wasn't that sort of nihilist. His nihilism was sort of like constructive nihilism, whereas he believed because we know that there's no purpose to life, that we should be very skeptical of people in our lives that want to convince us of things that supposedly give will bring more significant significance to our lives, whether that comes through religion, whether that comes through politics, whether that comes through big business, all these sorts of things. He was like, we should be. He was like, his position was, given that there is no meaning to life, we should be cautious of people who want to peddle the ideas that they think will give meaning to our lives, because what interest is it to them that we accept these views? What does it do for them? Because it's not doing anything for us. So Mercanoy says, but we do have some pretty big Hispanic gangs. But as far as non-gang crime, we do have a lot within cities like Hartford, Bridgeport, Waterbury, and mostly New Haven. Yeah, I've only been to New London in Connecticut. I haven't been anywhere else, so I don't know how that figures. And I haven't been to New London since the late '90s. Think first, act second says my ex told me what to wear back in '04, and the outfit was classic. I followed the script like a well-trained actor. My ex was from Cali, and I went out there to visit her family. Okay, this was up. Yeah, they pretty much wear neutral stuff like I think white, black, gray are neutral colors for the most part. Mercanoy says Bridgeport had a huge Kia Boys movement a few months back with just groups of kids, mostly 11 through 16, stealing and joyriding Kias. Oh, they would get shot. I, and yeah, I know Kias aren't worth a lot or whatever, but you would get shot. I don't care if they're 11 to 16. You know better. You know better. Think Act for a second says, I'm intrigued. I need to look into his true work or writings. Damn, it's pretty deep. Thanks. Oh, no, no problem. I mean, you can easily find his original writings. Like the stuff that's by him is the original stuff. Uh, like if you want to look up like any particular philosopher, you can go to the IEP website, which is the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. That's a really great source that we used in my philosophy department itself. The other one is the what is it? There's another one called the Online Dictionary of Philosophy. That's so. But the really good one is called the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's online. It has a whole bunch of published articles on there. Like it's really it's like it's really the greatest source for finding like any sort of philosophical information online. The internet encyclopedia of philosophy is good as well, but the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy is the best website for anything philosophy related online. And the articles, depending on what the subject you're looking up, can be can be from simple to difficult to read, depending on the level of complication you're looking for. But if you just want to look up like Nietzsche, you can definitely find Friedrich Nietzsche in there, as well as in the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy and um, the online dictionary of philosophy. Um, I think first Act Second says the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy got it. That's what's up. Good looks, my G. No, no problem. Uh, Mercanoy says most people don't know Kanye is fully gang affiliated. He has very close ties with the gangster disciples. I didn't know that. Is disciples, is that something heavily within Chicago? I know I know one group, folk, are heavy in the Midwest and the South. They're both in the South and the Midwest, folk, but I don't know about disciples. But I did know that Kanye has goons. I do know he has goons. That's why, as much as he talks trash, you don't want to. People aren't going to just like go at him like that. BSK says, "What's up? What's going on?" But yeah, I knew Kanye had goons, but I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was affiliated. I wouldn't be surprised if he is though. Think Act for a second says I didn't know that about Ye either. I had a homie from the Shy back in the '90s. Their gang culture is heavy and they follow a pretty deep regimen and protocol for real. Yeah, like when I lived in Illinois, I lived outside of Chicago, so the gang culture didn't really like uh, fester where I lived. It was still where I lived. It was still pretty much like a wholesome sort of Midwest type of place. But I have a friend that still lives out there or was living out there. I think he moved to Las Vegas, but the last time I talked to him several years ago, he was still living in Park Forest, Illinois, where I used to live. And he said all those little Pookies and Ray Rays that used to live, they used to be in the south side of Chicago. A lot of them, you know, got pushed out of the city into the suburbs where we live, which is weird though because where we live, if you're talking about University Park, Crete, or Park Forest, these are like well outside of an hour. These are well over an hour away from Chicago. It's not. They're not like right. They're not like the surrounding suburbs of Chicago. Like they're at least like well over an hour away from the city. So the fact they were pushed that far out is I'm glad I don't live there anymore. Justo says I doubt Kanye is still affiliated these days. Maybe in the past, yeah, but not anymore. Uh, don't don't be so sure about that. Just because people make a lot of money doesn't mean they not still affiliated. Kendrick Lamar is still affiliated with the Pyrus. Um, Snoop is still affiliated with the Crips. um, and there's many others. And a lot of these guys, even though they reach their $1 billion status, a lot of them still got goons. Kanye has like I mean not Kanye, Jay Z still has goons. And he's he's well. in his $1 billion status. That man still has goons if he needs them. I mean, if anything, it's sort of a strength, not a weakness, that once you reach that $1 billion status or whatever, or come close to it, like multi-million-dollar status, that you still got that love um, with those people still on the streets. I would say you shouldn't still be living in the streets, but you can still have you can still have that love in the streets. But definitely, when you start making it, you should not still be living in that same environment. Not at all. Mercano says the disciples are big in Chicago. Ye never was banging, but he's very closely associated and has close ties to Larry Hoover. I don't know who that is. Think First X Second says gentrification because I saw that in Baltimore and DC via Peachy County. Mm, they've been trying to gentrify Baltimore. It has not really helped. Like, really, the only place, like, the heart of Baltimore is Southeast Baltimore. Like, that's where you have the most thriving culture within the city itself. But most of the city is a hellscape. Most of the city is a hellscape, and the current mayor thinks the city is not a problem, but that's because he doesn't have to live in that environment anymore. He may be from the bad areas of Baltimore, like I was as a kid, living in Park Heights, Baltimore, but uh, he's thoroughly removed from it, and it doesn't. And he's not great for the city. But in any case, gentrif- it's been more gentrification in DC than in Baltimore. Like, DC had a successful uh, transfer, um, where they pushed out a lot of the hood boogers out of the city. Like, there's still a concentration of them, particularly like in Southeast DC. Um, but even in Southeast DC, it's not the same as it was back in the 90s. Back then, DC was more violent than Baltimore, which is bad because DC is smaller than Baltimore, so that means that the crime was more concentrated. Um, but definitely Southeast DC was the worst, and particularly this area called Berry Farms. For people who know DC and the Washington area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But like Berry Farms, even now is not. Even Berry Farms now has been kind of gentrified. Like, it's still bad down there. Don't get me wrong, but a random person can go there, not from there, and be relatively safe. But yeah, PG, yeah, a lot of the hood boogers got pushed into PG County. PG County used to be the wealthiest black county in the country, and now most of the affluent people have moved to Charles County, Maryland, whereas a lot of the Pookies and Ray Rays from DC have moved into PG County. A lot of the affluent black people now have moved into Charles County, and that now has become, I think, the most affluent black county in the country. But it used to be PG County for like 50 or so years. Mrs. Contreras said, "Sorry, I'm late." That's okay, babe. That's okay, Mahal. I think First Act Second says so many of these artists were extorted, though. Well, that's a whole different subject. that's Yeah, that's a whole different subject. If we talk about like criminality and stuff, but I don't want to steer too much into that. I want to kind of keep it focused on how philosophy can inundate you against bad ideas, whether they're political, whether they're political, religious, economical, business related, whatever. I think philosophy generally inundates you against bad ideas. It won't prevent you from still embracing bad ideas from time to time, but you're gonna think more about it than than the average person. So this is sort of my my cheerleading for people to take some sort of philosophy training, whether you go to a community college and take a course, or if you just buy a book. And I have plenty of books I can recommend. Thing first, X says hood boogers is my laughing like shit, my lingo for real. Berkner says for Larry Hoover, the former leader of the Disciples, who was sentenced to prison for 200 years. Ye had a huge benefit with Drake. The free Larry Hoover concert was streamed on Amazon. Oh, okay, so I never heard of it. Thing first, act second says, yeah, DC was insane. Yeah, it really was. Like, we didn't, every little goofball living in like Montgomery County and PG County at the time will always claim, "Oh, I'm from Southeast DC." Like, no, you're not. Stop lying. Stop lying. You were probably born in Bethesda. Talking about, I'm from Southeast DC. No, you're not. No, you're not. And I used to just laugh because I my last year of high school I moved to Montgomery County, and it was just funny seeing these rich kids pretend to be gangster. I was like, come on now. I mean, they weren't rich, but relative to people living in Baltimore, they would have been considered rich. So, Juice Dope says Drake isn't about that life. Well, we all know that. He he's a half Jewish kid that grew up in an upper middle class neighborhood, suburban neighborhood in Canada, while becoming a teenage celebrity on a TV show before he even started his rap career. I think even Lil Wayne told him you need to just stick to rapping about bitches and partying. Think first, act second. His philosophy is indeed a cleanser. It is. Like there's one book that I like. It's called I think it's called the Philosopher's Toolkit. And what they mean by toolkit, they're talking about like all the different like concepts and a lot of basic concepts that come out of analytic philosophy that people can learn that will lead them to think a little bit more critically. I think that's a great book. It's called The Philosopher's Toolkit by Julian Baggini, I believe. Then there's another really good one called How to Think Straight. That's a really good one. Then there's another one, How to Become a Critical Thinker by Robert Carroll. That's another good one. And The Skeptic's Dictionary, also by Robert Carroll, is something I recommend. All of these are for the all of these are for the layperson. These are all books that the layperson can read. Justo says, I don't think you need to study philosophy to avoid being indoctrinated. Skepticism and questioning all beliefs you are programmed to believe is all you need. Well, but where do you learn that skepticism? Like, not everyone's naturally a skeptical minded person. I was, but that's not, skepticism is not the norm for most people. Being open minded is. And like I said, I was not the average kid. Like, I didn't grow up thinking Santa Claus was real. I knew my parents bought my gifts, and so I would look for them right around in December. I would discover most of my gifts in their hidden in their bedroom, and that actually made me more excited because I knew I was getting these gifts. It didn't. Meanwhile, I would make fun of kids in school for still believing in Santa Claus. Mind you, I'm like 9 years old, eight, nine, yeah, like 9 years old, and I'm making fun of kids my age for still believing in Santa Claus. I was like, you still believe in that? Um, but uh, but yeah, skepticism is the norm. There has to be, you have to. It's not. Most people look. Most people tend to look for information to confirm their beliefs, but most people aren't trained to learn how to look for information to disconfirm their beliefs, only confirm their beliefs, confirming their biases, which is a type of selective thinking. Most people, when they go online, they Google stuff, they look up stuff to basically find evidence for something they already believe. They don't go online to look for evidence against things they might believe. That's not a natural way to process um, things like that. This is this is this has to be taught. When you're taught critical thinking skills, you're taught that you need to evaluate and claims based on the evidence for and against them, and you you attenuate how your proportion of belief in a claim based on how much evidence it is for it and how much it is against it. So, say if there's a belief where you're getting as much information for it or against it, that means you probably should not hold very strong opinions on it one way or the other because you're most likely going to be wrong. Whereas if most of the evidence is coming in against that claim, that gives you reason to not believe it. So, but again, most people don't do that. They look for evidence. They usually just look for evidence that backs up something that they believe or that they want to believe. They don't look for evidence that disagrees with something that they believe or want to believe. But that's how I think. Like when I look something up, I'm often looking up, is this wrong or whatever, whatever. The problem is with Google, you can go down a rabbit hole where you can pretty much find stuff to confirm or disconfirm anything you believe the more you dig online. So you have to have, so that means you also have to have certain internet research skills. Again, this is something that has to be taught. And usually it is actually taught in public schools. Like usually there were days that they would make you go to the library and the librarian would actually teach you how to research things online to look up things you need to find for either for school or just for your own edification. And it's very useful. And most people don't even know that library science, that there's actually something called library science. Most of these librarians, these old women in these schools that we thought were just these random people, actually have master's degrees. Many of them, many if not most of them, are trained in library and information science, which is one of the formal sciences, as opposed to like empirical sciences. The formal sciences are like math, logic, uh, library and information science, computer science, um, data science, and so forth. But anyway, I want to get on a tangent. But yes, learning how to question beliefs is not a natural thing that most people do. Uh, Merkin says it's crazy that Ye got Amazon to sponsor and stream a benefit for a man who led a violent street gang who was in jail for over 100 years for murder for higher charges, and then got Drake involved. I mean, you're surprised when it's Amazon? I'm not. I mean, it's run by Lex Luthor. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean Jeff Bezos, but yeah, I'm not surprised. But you have to understand, businesses are amoral. And when I say businesses and government are amoral, I don't mean they're immoral. I'm saying they're amoral, meaning that they're not set up to be moral institutions. The government's purpose is 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 not for the moral fiber of society. Is it's to keep the government is to keep the nation running. These big businesses, whether they're tech companies like Amazon or whatever, their bottom line is to their shareholders. So if they think streaming some concert is going to make a lot of money, then they'll probably do it. Thing First XX says I dated a cop from Southeast DC in the early 2000s and she put me D to some crazy story. So I believe it. I bet she had a lot of crazy shit to tell you. I bet she told you about the epidemic of love boats back then. I think they still smoke that crazy mess now. What's up, Miss Nito? How you doing? She said, "Yo, I found you some clips of your channel to use." Awesome, Miss guys. So Miss Nito is my moderator. She's also a talented musician in Germany. Please check out her channel. She has some, you know, I'm not, I'm not capping here. She has some great music on her channel, like music videos that look like, and she's edited these videos herself. They look like something that would be on MTV, like back when MTV actually showed quality music or any music for because they don't show any music. Only time you hear about music on MTV now is the VMAs. Although I'll tell you this, there's a secret though. MTV does actually still show music. If you get up like 4:30 in the morning, they have music videos on that time of that time of day, or at least they used to. I don't know if they still do, but if you would get up like say like 4:30 in the morning, they got on music videos. But that's crazy that you have to be up at that time to actually see music videos on MTV. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what clips you found, Miss Needle. How are you, by the way? Think First X Second says Wayne did say that on record about Drake. Hilarious. I know I didn't believe it myself, but my homeboy told me. He was like, I was like, he didn't really say that. He was like, no, he actually said that. I'm like, damn, okay. I was like, he's not wrong. It's just I'm surprised that he actually said it. Miss Nita says, sorry, super busy, been scouring through your content for hours. Oh, that's what's up. Thank you so much. I'm really, trust me, when I come out to Germany, I'm going to treat you. Definitely. Me and Mrs. Contrarian are going to come out there. We're all going to have some fun. Miss Nito says, hey to everyone in the chat. Like I said, guys, she has some really good stuff on her channel, music and the like. Definitely check it out. Think First X Second says the Philosopher's Toolkit, How to Think Straight. What was the other one? How to Become. Um, I think it's called. It's either called How to Become a Critical Thinker or Becoming a Critical Thinker, but it's by Robert T. Carroll. And the fourth book is also by Robert T. Carroll called Skeptic's Dictionary, but he has an online version of that book called the Skeptic's Dictionary too. Unfortunately, he died, so there's no new entries in it since he's passed away. But he died back in, I want to say 2006, 2006, 2008, something like that. With no, it wasn't that early. I think it was like 2009 or 2010, something like that. He passed away, but his all of his Skeptics Dictionary is still online at skeptic.com. That's SKEPDIC.com. Skeptic.com with a D instead of a T because it stands for Skeptics Dictionary. You can check that out for free online, and that'll give you sort of like an intro into his content. It's I would I think it would be great for anyone. And again, all of these books that I recommend are for the lay person. I'm not going to recommend like books for people who actually already do philosophy because those books are of a different tier. So I'm not gonna recommend like people go out and read Immanuel Kant or David Hume or, or John Locke or Ludwig Wittgenstein or you know Jerry Fodor or something like that. Miss Contrarian says hi, Miss Needle. Miss Miss Needle says Miss Contrarian, hey, so good to see you. And guys, we still got to do like I think like a stream yard or something, so we can all be on there at the same time. Moonlit Fern still wants to have his wife meet you, Mrs. Contrarian. His wife name is Ellie. She greeted me on one of their videos. She seems very sweet, and I was chatting with Moonlit Fern earlier today on his live stream. I didn't know he made me a moderator on his channel. He actually invited us to visit him in Thailand too. Think first, act second says indoctrination and your ties to family beliefs and tradition can blind that ash. Yeah, yeah. Indoctrination, um, ties to family beliefs and an appeal to traditional wisdom are definitely um, anathema towards critical thinking. This is a reason why it's so good to go off to college or like even like the military because you get away from your family. You learn to think for yourself. Um, because let's be blunt. Not everyone's family raises them with a set of healthy beliefs. Now, I believe parents have every right to indoctrinate their children into their beliefs, whatever those beliefs may be. But once those kids then become adults, I think it's on them to go out into the world and test those beliefs against reality. And if those beliefs don't meet the reality test, then so 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 much worse for those beliefs, right? This is why even within some Amish communities, not all, but some Amish communities, particularly on the East Coast, not the ones really, the ones in the Midwest really don't do this, but the ones on the East Coast are really heavily into Rumspringer. Rumspringer is when the kids come of age and they're allowed to go outside of the community and explore, and they basically find out whether they want to become if they want to remain part of the Amish community, and if so, then they put down roots and start making their own setting up things to have their own homes and all that sort of stuff as part of the community, or they can choose to leave and lead a secular life. I think uh, I think the main reason why a lot of people return back to the Amish community after doing Rumspringer though is the fact that they don't have the formal education to live a life outside of the Amish community. So I think if they were actually given a more formal education, then they probably would more of them probably would abandon the Amish community. But as far as I know, like their formal education, as far as how it would be considered in mainstream society, would probably not amount to more than like the eighth and ninth grade. And then all the other training would have been like specialized training on how to, you know, maintain a farm and build homes and stuff like that. Whatever everything that a community, a small knit community would need to thrive. But yes, at least they actually let their kids go out and test those the, their their beliefs with which they've been indoctrinated against the real world, And so some do choose to lead a secular life afterwards, but many don't. And even some that did choose to lead a secular life might still end up changing their mind and coming back to the Amish community like years later. I know a lot, and let's be frank, I'm always pretty blunt here. A lot of the girls go to Rumpspringer and get slutted out. Like they leave, they go on Rumpspringer and they just wow out. Just but anyway, the point being is that kids, once they reach, around the years of like 17, 18, whatever, that's the time to explore beyond the families, to test those beliefs. A lot of us, because say like there's a lot of people who are grown up Catholic. Most of them, when they go to college, like over 80% of them end up abandoning their Catholic beliefs. And that's even if they go to a Catholic university. Even if they go to a Catholic university, a lot of them end up abandoning their Catholic beliefs. And the question becomes, is that from the, I guess from the Catholic standpoint, this is a bad thing. Like these people are abandoning their beliefs because they're being taught these worldly secular ways. So from their standpoint, I guess is a bad thing. From a person outside looking in, you can see it as well. If 80% of kids going away to college abandon their Catholic beliefs, there's probably a problem with Catholic beliefs. From the outside looking in, that's how it will look. So, Juiced Up says, "Hey, I was definitely one of those kids looking through the store bags to see which gifts I was going to get." No, like I was I was horrible, Juiced Up. Like, no, when my parents, since I'm Generation X, we grew up in a time where we pretty much were left alone to our own devices after school. Like we would come home on our own. We were called latchkey kids because we had our own keys to get in the house. Parents usually didn't get home till like 5, 6, 7 in the evening. So from like 3 in the afternoon to like 6, 7 p.m., we were on our own. And it's like December, mid-December, and I start looking through my parents' bedroom for my toys, and I would find most of them. Sometimes I was surprised because it was stuff they would buy for some of my other family members as well, and I thought they were for me, but they weren't. But I would find most of my gifts, but at Christmas Day when everything's wrapped up, it's still a surprise, sort of like because even though I know I'm getting them, it's still exciting knowing that I'm going to get them. That one of these one of these one of these gifts has the stuff that I saw in their room. it it did it didn't ruin the surprise for me at all. So thing first, Act Second says, when I realized the history of a child born from a virgin mother, my jaw dropped. Yeah, the virgin birth. The vir- I don't know what's actually I don't know what's more weird about that, the virgin birth or the immaculate conception. People tend to get those two confused, but those are two different concepts. Not to mention, a lot of people know, at least now, that the virgin birth is based on a mistranslation of the Greek. Because when the term for virgin in Hellenistic Greek actually refers to just a young maiden. It didn't necessarily mean someone who was um, no, someone who never had sex. So it it made a miracle of something out of a mistranslation, which is kind of hilarious. But the Immaculate Conception is kind of weird too. That he was born from a woman um, who basically God chose, Jehovah chose because she was born without sin, and we know from Christian tradition that basically all people were born with sin. So but she was born without sin, so that's why she was chosen. All that stuff is weird, but I I don't think someone can take those stories literally if they're like, you know, steeped in like philosophy or science. Like it's just hard to take those stories literally. You can take them as homilies or as inspirational, but to take them literally, I think it would be a open. I think it would be an open question even back then if people took those things literally. So Moonlit Fern says, "Sorry, I'm late. Had to run errands, and yeah, I was like 10 when I realized Santa didn't exist. Never believed in Easter Bunny or pots of gold and end of rainbows nor tooth fairies. I didn't even know what the tooth fairy was. I was just happy when I saw money under my pillow. Like, I didn't know when they said tooth fairy, they literally meant a tooth fairy until I started watching cartoons. They showed it. No, not cartoons. Well, I started watching like TV shows where the kids were talking about the tooth fairy, and I realized when my parents mentioned the tooth fairy that kids were supposed to literally believe in a tooth fairy. I didn't know this was supposed to be an actual like being, like there was an actual being that actually takes the teeth. I didn't know that. I thought tooth fairy was just I thought the tooth fairy was just some colloquialism for getting money. I didn't know that like that was supposed to be a real person. An Easter bunny. I guess there's kids that believed in that, but I didn't know that was supposed to be like I didn't know the Easter bunny was supposed to be like a real Easter bunny, since that actually stems from a pagan tradition. Well, so does Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy. Those are all pagan traditions that got brought into Christianity, but whatever, that's a whole different subject. But yeah, I didn't know the Tooth Fairy was supposed to be a real person. I thought that was just a like a joke. Like when parents say, oh, go to bed so the Tooth Fairy can give you some money. I didn't know that was supposed to be a real person. Easter Bunny, I never thought that was a real person. I thought the Easter Bunny was just supposed to be like I thought the Easter Bunny was just supposed to be a chocolate candy. I, I didn't I didn't know the Easter Bunny was supposed to be a real person either. Like I didn't think they were supposed to be like a bunny that actually brought you Easter eggs. That wouldn't have made sense to me even as a kid. And like I said, I was I probably was preternaturally skeptical because again, most kids aren't skeptical minded, but I never thought of the Easter Bunny as being a real person or the Tooth Fairy. Santa was the only one I thought was supposed to be a real person, but then again, I knew that he wasn't real, but I knew that that was supposed to be a real person from all the movies and TV shows and cartoons. I know that was supposed to be a real person, but I never got the inclination to think that the Easter Bunny or the Tooth Fairy or the or leprechauns were like supposed to be real people. Well, leprechaun, yeah, but I guess from I never even thought about leprechauns except for like the Lucky Charms cereal, which I never got to eat as a kid. By the way, I didn't have Lucky Charms until I was like an adult. um, but the first image of Leprechaun outside of the Lucky Charms TV commercials was Leprechaun the movie with the horror movies. Uh, Moonlit says again, I believed I could be a Thundercat until I was like 9. Man, but well, that's not the weirdest thing I've heard. Miss Nito says, haha, Moonlit. I mean, you gotta admit those gold pots at the rainbows look pretty. I think, well, I wouldn't have thought of it being pretty. I just would have thought of it as like money myself. Of course, as a kid, I don't know how I would have used gold anyway. Like, I didn't know anything about money exchanges or or places where you can exchange precious metals. Now I do, but that back then I would have had no concept of. going to a place to exchange precious metals for money. Thing first second says laughing my butt off at Moonlit. Miss Nita says the fantastical ideas in some kids' books are sometimes real fun. I'll tell you the most fantastical book that I read as a kid. Well, one was my children's Christian story, and actually I found it here in my grandmother's house, which I didn't know it survived the move from Chicago. I thought that was one of the many things that we abandoned when we moved from Illinois to Maryland. But I found it last week. I was randomly looking around. I can't remember if it's in this bedroom or if it's downstairs in the living room, but I saw my children's stories. Wait, let me see if it's in here. No, it's not back there. Um, oh darn. Yeah, it's not in here, but the reason I like the children's my children's Bible stories was that it illustrated all the things that happen. Uh, nope, it's not in here, so it's in my living room. But yeah, it illustrated all the fantastical elements of the Bible, and it was like one of my favorite books to read as a kid because I would reread it, which is funny being an atheist. That I this is why this is why unlike what most people think, atheists know probably more about Christianity than Christians do. It's probably part of the reason they've abandoned those beliefs. But yeah, I used to read that, and some of the stories came to life through these illustrations, and but some of it was so weird. Even as a kid, like I had a hard time grasping like the story around Noah that basically there were angels coming to Earth having sex with human women and ended up having children who were like giants that were causing mayhem across the world. So God decided to wipe all of them out. That was weird. We're looking at all the other stuff that happened in the Old Testament. The stuff in the New Testament wasn't too weird until you get all the way to Revelations. Revelations is just completely bonkers. And I literally had to uh, watch a thing recently on YouTube that explained Revelations, like some of the stuff that because I never really understood what was happening in Revelations. All I know is that it was supposed to scare you into acting right and into believing, or else. Like it's like okay, if none of this other stuff convince you, now we're going to scare you into believing. That was basically the point of Revelations. But outside of my children's Bible stories, it was my and Grimm's fairy tales and Anderson's fairy tales that were just off the hook. Like some of these stories, this stuff shouldn't have been read to kids. A lot of stuff that were made into Disney fairy tales are nothing like the Disney versions. The Disney versions sanitize them heavily. Like the Little Mermaid, um, spoiler alert, she dies at the end of the at the end of the story. She does not marry the prince. She ends up dying, and her spirit goes around doing good deeds so that she can eventually go to heaven. So that was what actually happened to the Little Mermaid at the end of the story. She died, and her spirit was forced to do good deeds until she earned her path to heaven. So yeah. Justo says believing Jesus was good and human was God in human form. Someone that worked a regular job um, eats, defecates, sleeps. This is supposed to be God. If I were alive at that time to meet Jesus, cool. That's not even the weirdest thing, Justo. Not. Here's the weirdest part of Jesus being God is that he's three persons in one, which defies logic. So he's three persons in one. He's God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. This is why in Revelations, the devil sets up his whole thing where he forms his unholy trinity, whereas Satan, the anti-God, uh, the beast, who is who is supposed to be, then there's the beast who's supposed to be the antichrist, and then there's the false prophet, the unholy trinity. And so the devil makes himself three persons in one to rival the Christian God, who's God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, who's all supposed to be three persons but one being. That defies logic because it goes against a very basic principle in logic, the principle of identity, and this was expanded upon by the very uh, the very profound philosopher Gottfried Leibniz. He's one of the co-creators of calculus. So most people know that Isaac Newton created calculus, but so did Gottfried Leibniz. They both created calculus at the same time, but not working with each other. They knew of each other. They were contemporaries, but they never did research together. They worked completely separately and both founded calculus around the same time. And since they didn't work with each other, there are differences in the types of calculus that they both created. In any case, that just shows the level of intellect he was working with, that he created calculus. Um, he formed what's called the what's now referred to as the Leibniz law of identity. Of course, there's two different principles to it. There's the identity of indiscernibles, and there's the indiscernibles of identity. We're not going to get into that minutiae here. We're just going to we're just going to stick with the simple Leibniz law of identity test. And this is easy, and this will not make your eyes cross. It's easy to comprehend. The Leibniz law test of identity basically says for everything that's true of A must be true of B, and everything that's true of B must be true of A. So the 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 tri the the tri the tribunal God concept meet that does not pass that test, because there's certain things that are true of God the Father which are not true of God the Son, of which are not also true of God the Holy Spirit. And so it fails the law of Leibniz identity, the law of identity test. Um, which is why it's such a weird concept to try to grasp. Like you literally have to accept this on faith, because you can't accept it based on reason, and you definitely can't accept it on evidence because there's no evidence that any of these beings actually exist. So it would come to a matter of reason, and as a matter of reason, it fails because it fails the identity test. Miss Needle said, "Never believe in Santa Claus." How you not gonna believe in Santa Claus when it comes from your country? Santa Claus came from, well, no, Santa Claus is Scandinavian, but no, I'm sorry, Yuletide comes from Germany, but yeah, Santa Claus comes from like the Scandinavian countries, as well as the what's the anti Santa called? Crump. What's his name, guys? Crumps, whatever his name, the guy who gives you the coal instead of, like, he's the one that punted. So Santa Claus rewards kids with gifts, but Crump or whatever his name is, he punishes kids for being bad on Christmas. And I mean, by punishing them, he unalives them. Krampus, that's his name, Krampus. Mercanoid says, I've come to the conclusion now that for some people who lack skepticism, have it better that way. I sometimes wish I was less skeptical of everything just because it takes a toll at a certain point. Well, you don't have to be skeptical of everything all the time. That's one thing. Two, um, yes, there is the thought that ignorance is bliss. That's the whole adage, ignorance is bliss. But being someone who's a hard headed philosophy nerd, I don't believe that ignorance is bliss. As John Stuart Mill once says, it's better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a pig satisfied playing in the mud. So, but she's basically saying that there's, you know, certain pleasures that um, appeal to those of the higher intellect or more refined people that are harder to attain, but it's better to aim for those things. Whereas for smaller minded people, less ref- less refined things can please them, like, just watching porn and eating junk food. So Mullen says, just be very aware of all rabbit holes, especially on YouTube. I wanted to hear these weirdo flat earthers, and I must have watched 50 videos and was like, wow, y'all are re rarded. I don't want to say the word. Juice Dope says people just say believe in Jesus, but if Jesus resurrected and came back in 2024, how many people would believe it? If a brown skinned man with long hair and sandals would claim to be God? Um, well, to that, I would say he would probably come in whatever image would be the most satisfying to people. I mean, obviously, he came to them according to the Bible. I'm not saying historically. I'm talking about just as a matter of, like, we're talking about literature here. Well, the biblical Jesus came to them in an image that was appealing to them. He looked like the average Jewish man in that time period. That would have made sense. But that's not to say that's how he will look coming back today. Um, but he was already resurrected. He wouldn't be resurrected again. What would happen is when he comes back, his coming back signals um, the end times, whatever the what they call it, the starts with a P. The when basically there's the final fight between him and Satan, and there's this war on earth. The the saved people will be brought to heaven, whereas the ones who weren't will be stuck here suffering in this warfare between God and Satan, to which Jesus will eventually win, and then the people still here on earth will then finally get their final chance to be brought to the new Israel in heaven. If that sounds familiar to any books you've read, it's because that's where those books got it from. Molifer says Bezos and Luthor have the exact laugh and look. Such a good comparison. I'm not the first one to make the comparison. I'm just making it because it is funny. It really is. Especially when you know they both lost their hair too. Like, Luthor wasn't originally bald. Miss Nia says, "Oh, don't embarrass me." How am I embarrass you? Like, I'm let me hide in the chat. Don't hide. Justo says, I can't get into religion because it seems too primitive for our time. Everything revolves around big tech nowadays. Why obsess over religion now? It's almost like we are moving backwards. Because it's familiar for some people. It's comforting. I mean, both Karl Marx and Sigmund Freud remarked on the fact that people have beliefs in a Judeo-Christian God because he provides a fatherly figure for them, for people. Well, for Sigmund Freud, he saw God as a fatherly figure, a paternal figure in the sky, similar to what Karl Marx thought. But he also thought that he provided some sort of um, um, something for the opiate of the masses. He referred to as religion. He saw God as a pacifying sort of force for people, especially those who are at the who are at the lower rungs of society. Like they cling to religion because it is a way of pacifying them. So Miss Needle says, "I don't want any laurels. Are we gonna get laurels?" Think first X second says, "That's what's up, Miss Needle. I'm a Pete." Yeah, guys, check. I'm you. She'll think that I'm like gassing you guys up. I'm not. Like she has really nice videos on there because I was surprised. My wife was surprised. Like because I told my wife, I was like, "Go check out Miss Needle's stuff," and my wife was like, she was like, "Whoa." I was like, "I know, right?" So I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not bragging. Like she has some nice content, and like I said, she's about to make an intro for me for my videos. And Messina says, "Oh, thanks, man. Think first. I appreciate it. I'm currently working on a channel intro thing for Contrarian. That's all." Uh, Moonlit Friend says, "No, Miss Needle, take it. Everyone like, share, and subscribe to Miss Needle and Mr. and Mrs. Contrarian." So Mrs. Contrarian's channel isn't up yet. She and I are still like discussing whether she wants to do her own channel or whether she'll just do content and leave it on here. That's up to Mrs. Contrarian because I'll support her if she wants to do her own channel. Because I told her she would get monetized way quicker than I would. And Miss Needle says I'm good. Think first says thanks. I'll uh I'll look those two last books up. Man, I appreciate it. Yeah, so for everyone still in the chat, I only see 4 people right now. I don't care. But so yeah, if you guys want to look into some intro stuff to get into involved in philosophy, at least the type of philosophy that I'm advocating that will inundate you against bad ideas. So there's the Philosopher's Toolkit by Julian Baggini. I think it's Baggini. I think I'm saying that correctly. There's How to Think Straight by Anthony Flew. Unfortunately, he passed away recently as well. Um, there's Becoming a Critical Thinker by Robert T. Carroll, and his other book, Skeptic's Dictionary by Robert Carroll. And his Skeptic's Dictionary is online at skepdic.com. And there's a great source for anything philosophy related called the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. All of it is online, and you can download the articles off of the website. Plenty of my professors have published articles that have been um, um, uploaded to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and the other one is in the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy (IEP) or um, Encyclopedia Philosophy.com. It's almost as good as the Stanford Encyclopedia, but the Stanford Encyclopedia is a much wider breadth of information than the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Then there's also the online dictionary of philosophy. Um, and then if you and then as far then if you just want like a general like um overlook of like all like a bunch of different philosophy topics, you can buy like any good intro to philosophy book on you know from your books from your Barnes and Noble or Amazon. I don't have any particular preference for any like intro philosophy book, but those that I mentioned would be really great for anyone who wants to learn how to sort of like think like a philosopher. Only for instance, respect and love to y'all in the community. Miss Nia says on Moonlit, you know, you just always so kind, man. He's a really cool guy. You gotta check out his videos, Miss Needle. Um, I I was in his live earlier today. Miss Needle says, yeah, same. Only friend says, nah, I'm just weird. LOL, but thank you. Miss Needle says, Moonlit, how have you been? I missed a bunch of your streams. Um, Moonlit says, work mostly, then eye doctor thing. He said, yeah, Ellie loves you all. Tell her what's up. Miss Neal says love goes out to Ellie. Only for instance, we already planned island trips and everything just in case any of y'all come here. And Moonlit says hi, Miss Contrarian. Justo says I'm not an atheist. I do believe in God. I don't think humans evolved from monkeys. And I think there's a higher level of intelligent design going on. There has to be a supreme creator. Well, Justo, I'm not here to convince you to be an atheist. That is not my to to think critically about religion does not require you to become an atheist. However, I will say that most people who do have that philosophy background do tend to be atheists or agnostics, but it's not required to think critically about religious topics. Um, what I will say though is that that's a misconception that humans evolved from monkeys. That's not true at all. I'm surprised people still think I don't know. I think sometimes coming out of academia can blind you to certain things that people in the general population still think or believe, but most people in academia know that we didn't evolve from monkeys. Like that's a that's a misconception I haven't heard since the 90s really. But no, humans are primates and we didn't evolve from monkeys. Like monkeys, humans, all all have a common ancestor. So humans are part of the great ape family, which includes chimps, gorillas, orangutans, and bonobos. Bonobos are our close bonobos, which are pig, or sometimes called pygmy chimpanzees, are actually our closest related um, relative on the evolutionary tree. Bonobos, not monkeys. Monkeys, lemurs, apes, we all share a common ancestor, which was not a monkey, but it was a primate. The that's how that works. But that's a common misconception amongst people who don't understand evolutionary biology is that we evolved from monkeys. No, we didn't. Like we and monkeys have a separate evolved on separate branches of evolution. We just share a common ancestor. Moonlit Friends says agreed. I think it's education, but also no real social skills or life, so they go back to Amish. that's what I'm saying. Like, I think the reason Rumpspringer doesn't turn a lot of them into going secular is because a lot of them don't have the life skills to make it in mainstream society. So they probably prefer the comfort of what they've known all their life, which is Amish culture, which makes sense. Joe Sturp says Amish girls getting turned out. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Um, you just have to go to places where they are, and you can probably meet some Amish girls in places like in Pennsylvania. There's even some Amish in Maryland, actually, like more in like I would say probably like on the eastern shore of Maryland. Um, but yeah, there's Delaware, probably parts of New Jersey and New York, Virginia. There's even an Amish in like way down in Florida too. But definitely around places like Pennsylvania, Delaware, places like that. Um, you'll find Amish people. Most of them are very kind people. They're very kind people. But yeah, you'll meet some of these kids, and I say kids like they're like 18, 19, whatever, 17, 18, 19. But yeah, they're out on Rumpspringer, and a lot of them, they're like girls in freshman year of college. Like they become well, if you're not familiar with college life, so we have a saying in college. We call them fresh meat. That's refers to all the freshman girls that get turned out by upper class by upperclassmen. Um, like they come to college, and most of these girls who go on to college have been kind of sheltered their whole life. So um, now they're out, and there's no rules unless they live in a dorm where they have to have certain hours, whatever. But a lot of campus life has open dorms, but some of the religious universities and the HBCUs tend to have more restrictions on what you can on like dorms and stuff like that, like having people over and certain times of the day where you can have visitation and all that. But in other places where there's open dorms 24/7, like where I went to school, uh, it goes down, and this happens everywhere. It's just sort of the the nature of young people exploring, like people going into the military. Same thing. We all know. Anyone in the military knows about the knows about these these girls, the young enlisted girls. You go off to training and go off to your first permanent duty station. Like it goes down, and in college, freshman year, it goes down. Rumpspringer for Amish people. It goes down. So yeah, Miss Nito says that Jews still believe in Jesus and God's design. Have you seen the video of what happens as we are dying? Definitely recommend. So interesting. Mullah Fern says I'm agnostic here, but what if the universe is God, or as the Micmac culture says, the creator, the uh, the great spirit, right? What Mullah refers to is if the universe is God is actually a view in philosophy called pantheism. This was actually the view of Baruch Spinoza. Um, this is why he was actually excommunicated. He was a Jewish man, but of Catholic faith, and he was excommunicated for his views on God when he basically said that God and the universe were one thing, which is pantheism, and because of that, he was viewed as as a heretic and an atheist, because pantheism does come kind of close to atheism, but it's not the same thing. But say if someone believed the universe is God, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. That's pantheism. I would just say there's no reason to give the universe any sort of intentional, um, any sort of, yeah, there would be no need to give the universe any sort of personhood. But I wouldn't have a strong distaste for that either. Einstein voiced similar views at one point or another, that he kind of viewed the universe as God or as pantheism. Uh, Justo says, I believe in God, but I don't know about Jesus. I don't think the Son of God came down and died for our sins. That just sounds a bit too convenient for Christian followers. Well, have you heard of Unitarianism, Justo? Because these are folks um, who don't who who see Jesus just as a mortal man. Also, predating Catholicism is the Coptic Church. The Coptic Church also sees um, Jesus the Son as being mortal and not divine. It was basically decided by the Nicene the uh, the Nicene uh, Council, that God that that God was supposed to be a tri like a tri a tribunal God of the God the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. But before that happened, there were plenty of people who believed in Jesus being just a mortal person, and you can see there's parts of the Holy Gospel that were rewritten to make it fit that narrative that he was also divine, where that wasn't originally the case, and the way the Gospels were written prior to that. There was a lot of rewritings of the Bible to make a lot of things retroactively fit together to fulfill the earlier prophecies in the Old Testament. So things were rewritten to show it being that Jesus was the one talked about in the Old Testament. Not to mention that the it was, I think, rewritten that the holy angel of God in the Old Testament was rewritten to be that was Jesus being talked about in the Old Testament, when clearly that's not what Jews believe, right? But for Christians, that had to be that to make that consistent. Um, and then it becomes even more convoluted when you realize that the the Paul, the writings of Paul, of Saint Paul the Apostle, his epistles and all these other writings actually predate the Gospels by like 30 or so years. And when Saint Paul wrote about Jesus, he never wrote about him as being mortal at all, but only as a celestial being. Like, he never saw him as being someone who actually lived amongst other humans on earth. That later came in the Gospels, which is why they were placed, which probably is why they were placed first in the New Testament instead of the Paul letters, which were came actually first historically. Only for instance, oh, I caught my parents wrapping gifts and it said from Santa. Only my friends pulled me out that stupid thought. Way too late. I was naive because I had two toddler half sisters. Yeah, it was funny. Like, I would see from Santa on my gifts, but I knew they were from my parents. I just thought it was funny. Like, even though I was like 8, 9, 10 years old, I just considered it funny that they said from Santa when I knew it was from them. Only for instance, and I didn't want to tell them because they would have cried and I would have felt so bad. Justo says it was obvious Santa wasn't real. The gifts would show up, but the bearded man dropping off gifts would never appear. LOL. He said if they want to brainwash kids, they should at least commit to the cosplay. Well, no, some parents do that. Some parents, mine didn't, but you have some parents that are full full in. Like the father will dress up as Santa, and um, while he's p- putting out the gifts, and drink the milk and eat the cookies that the kids left out, just to show that, just to prove to the kids that Santa actually appeared. He would eat the cookies they left out for him and drink the milk. And like I said, some parents did really get into the cosplay. Like, to their credit, I never had parents that got that fully into it though. Mullen, for instance, exactly pagan. Juice says I'll make sure to ask Jesus for forgiveness before my life ends. Then, yeah. Mullen, for instance, I did believe in gnomes from the cartoon David the Gnome. Old gnomes don't die; they just fade away. Mullen, for instance, now at 41, I only believe in karma and spiritual energy, agnostic type. Justo says a children's Bible book. I need one of those. Reading the entire Bible takes up too much time. Yeah, I mean, even though it was a children's book, it was still I would still say it was about at least a hundred or so pages. But being that I like to read, it didn't matter to me. Plus, I used to watch like Christian, like little Christian cartoons. They used to come on Sunday mornings. There was two of them. One was about these kids that traveled through time. They traveled through time, all the biblical periods from the beginning to the end, looking for their dog called Truffles. And then there was another one that was similar to that, and it was drawn in like in anime style. So it was pretty good at the time for the early 80s. Miller Furnace says part Native American. Don't get me started on Disney's bullshit, especially with Pocahontas and Mulan too. Oh, I know. And then they didn't. They made it work. I'm surprised they haven't. Actually, I'm surprised they haven't done a live action Pocahontas. But there's been so many other live action Pocahontas movies. Does Disney really want to do it? Probably. They probably will. Let's be honest. They did a live action Mulan, and it didn't do the movie justice. Like, it it changed her character a bit, where like she was like inspirational, I think, to women. And Mulan is based on a old Chinese novel, by the way. The Mulan, they almost messed it up. They were gonna make it centered around a white man until a lot of people like said no, don't change the story, and so they stuck more to the original version, close to the cartoon. But they changed the character a bit. But the worst thing they did was they filmed it in the Xinjiang province, the province of the Muslim Uyghur people who are being put in concentration camps in that province. I can't repeat that again because I don't want to piss off the lords of YouTube, because they do not like people talking against that country. But yeah, thing first is I'm still here, famo. That's what's up. Justo says I'm surprised you know so much about the Bible, contrarian. What made you switch over to atheism after you studied the Bible? I thought most people become more religious as they get older. Well, for one thing, this is what I was saying. You probably didn't catch this earlier when I said it, Justo, but most atheists know the Bible backwards and forward. That's part of what makes them atheists, is that they know these beliefs better than actual Christians. Like I said, uh, just like I stated another thing, like at least almost like 80% of Catholics lose their religion when they go off to college, and that's even if they go off to Catholic universities, they still lose their faith. Why is that? Because some of these some of these faith-based beliefs don't stand up to reason. So that's why I switched over to atheism, and it was gradual. Like throughout high school, I was generally like religiously skeptic. I was a religious skeptic throughout high school, and even though I wasn't an atheist at the time, like I kind of veered between being a pantheist myself, which is like viewing God and nature as one thing, or being a deist. A deist is someone who believes in God but doesn't believe God actually interferes in the world in any sense. He sort of is like the the blind watchmaker to to use a term from Richard Dawkins. He's sort of the blind watchmaker who's kind of designed the world to run on its own and then kind of bugs off and just never does anything with it again. um, and it's there's an old joke amongst atheists that a deist is just someone who hasn't lived long enough to become an atheist. So no, people don't generally become more religious as they become older. Some people do because I guess they fear their own mortality, so it gives them comfort to believe that there's something waiting for them in the afterlife as they come towards the end of their life. But those people were generally people of a spiritual nature in the first place. I'm not. I never have been. Um, for me, my religious beliefs has always been more of an intellectual pursuit. I was more interested in the facts about it, and I was interested in the Bible from a mythological standpoint. Like just like I love Grimm's fairy tales, and I love reading about Greek myths like Theseus and Icarus and all these other myth, Hercules, well Heracles in Greek, all these mythological beings. That was sort of the same interest I had in biblical beliefs. Is from a mythological standpoint. It was never from an inspirational standpoint. Like I did pray and stuff like that, but I didn't know what that actually did for me. um, but yeah, it's definitely not true that well, that people become more religious as they become older, unless they were already religious from the first point. Like, generally, atheists don't become religious as they get older. They just stay in their atheist beliefs. Like Christopher Hitchens said when he was dying of terminal cancer, he didn't suddenly start. He didn't switch from being an atheist to religious to believing because of that. Now, some people do become religious. Well, not religious. Some people do believe will go from atheism to theism, that is, believing in God. But usually that's for like intellectual reasons. So the guy I mentioned earlier, Anthony Flew, who wrote the book How to Think Straight, he was an atheist at the time when he wrote the book. And mind you, the book doesn't mention anything about religion, so don't worry about if. So I don't want people to think that this book is going to force you to accept atheism. The book doesn't touch on atheism or religious beliefs in general. But he wasn't. But Anthony Flew was a British philosopher who was an atheist. But he later recanted his atheism and started believing in God. However, he didn't become like a Christian, some born again Christian, anything like that. He he be he started believing in God for like intellectual for like on rational grounds, or at least what he considered were rational grounds. He thought that there was reasons to accept that there is a creator, but he didn't become like some fundamentalist Christian or anything like that. But it wasn't. But again, that wasn't because he got older. I think that was because of his own intellectual curiosity. So, um, Juice Dope says, yeah, it doesn't make sense that we evolved from monkeys. We probably coexisted alongside with monkeys for millennia. If we trace back human bloodlines, we probably look similar thousands of years back. No, so what you're not catching from, if you take evolutionary biology or zoology or something related, you realize that different animals have common ancestors. This is how you go down the family tree. Every species alive now is the best at what they do in their niche to survive and spread their genes onto the next generation. Whether that is the lowly ant to a rhesus monkey to a human, like we're all at the top of our game on the family tree. But if you go down far enough, we all have common ancestors. So the rhesus monkey and a human, if you go far enough down the evolutionary tree, we'll find we have a common ancestor, which looks kind of rodent-like. If you go even down further down a tree before they were, um, you'll you'll find there's a common ancestor that connects us with insects. um, but to get into that would be a whole different discussion. But yeah, obviously monkeys and humans coexist currently. Um, Modern humans have only been around for 200,000 years. And as far as psychologically, modern humans, we've only been around for 60,000 years. And civilization has only been around for 6,000 years. So, Juso says common ancestor with monkeys. Interesting. I never heard that one before, but I guess it makes sense since we are bipedal, hairy, and use our hands. It would be interesting to trace back human ancestry. Well, they've already done the research. If you want to look into it, like you can look into paleo. Like I said, you can even look into evolutionary biology. You can look into biology. I took paleobiology as a class. If I was back in my other home, I could show you my collection of fossils that I have that I took at Calvert Cliffs here in Maryland. Um, it's a beach shore where a lot of prehistoric fossils end up on that beach. And we went there for a field trip. Although the professor said if something washes up, there's actually like uh, um, something that's of like rarity that he's like you should donate it to the school as I guess he watched a lot of Indiana Jones. That belongs in the museum. So, but no, no. But yeah. So yeah, I've collected a few fossils. I have some prehistoric stuff. Nothing of worth, I don't think. Although I've been tempted to go back and see if that professor is still teaching, to ask him, hey, can you go through these old fossils of mine? Tell me if any of these are worth anything. Because I got like a prehistoric like shark tooth and whale ear bone and some um, ancient like clams and stuff like that. So um, Justo says to see if at one point we are linked to prime apes somehow. I don't know what you mean by primates, but like I said, humans fall under the great ape category. And that's it. The list of great apes are humans, gorillas, chimpanzees, bonobos, and orangutans. And of all of them, we're the most closely related to the bonobos. Like we come off of a similar branch. And then all of us, the great apes, are traced back to a common ancestor, which was a, I guess, the first ape, and then that ape, that prime ape, I guess you could call it, the primeval ape, that and monkeys share a common ancestor that is a primate that was the first primate, not primate, primate. And then that shares a common ancestor with other mammals, which also shares a common ancestor with other vertebrate animals, and so on and so on and so on. So, Justos is Rumspringer. I'm gonna look into that some more. Justo says thoughts on Jordan Peterson. Do you think he is a credible source for information? He is a university professor, but he goes into tangents on many topics. I think he's a case example of pseudo wisdom and of someone who uses their expertise to talk on, who uses their expertise in one field to talk about things in which they are not um, privy to knowing much about. He needs to, if he's talking about things dealing with psychological matters, then he would be one to listen to. His background is he has a PhD in clinical psychology. Outside of that field, I would not listen to him on anything. Uh, but a lot of stuff he says does make sense. But when he starts going on tangents as you speak, he that's what I call pseudo wisdom, or as the late philosopher who just died last year, Dan Dennett, calls deepities. Deepities are either claims that are just trivial truths, or they are claims that are patently false, but would be profound if they were true. And so deepities is just another word for like pseudo wisdom. Jordan Peterson has made a um, turned himself into a public intellectual, talking about a broad breadth of topics on which he's not really equipped to talk about. Like when he's talking about stuff, kind of giving like red pill advice to young men, that I will listen to him on, as far as that's concerned. But when he starts talking matter of factly on matters intellectual that don't pertain to psychology, be very I would be skeptical of stuff that he is saying. Um, Justo says viewing Jesus as a mere mortal makes more sense to me. I think the Bible, being man written, brings up many questions. Seems like another version of Santa Claus, but in this case, it's grown adults coping. So, like I said, yeah, there's so many doctrines within Christianity that you don't have to accept the 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 tri the tribunal God. Like that's not every not every Christian doctrine um, pushes that concept. Like I said, the Coptic Church, which predates Catholicism, doesn't accept that belief, and that's where the Coptic Church kind of divorced itself from the Catholic and Orthodox tradition, in which they don't accept that from the Nicene Council or whatever. Um, and then of course the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church split over the papacy. The Orthodox Church doesn't accept the, the role of the Pope as being the head of the church. So that's where the Orthodox and Catholic tradition divorce themselves. And then of course you have a modern church called Unitarianism, which you might see in places in like New England and other parts of the United States and maybe the UK, that pretty much treat um, God in a very humanistic religious way. Some Unitarians are frankly even atheists, but um, for someone who likes the Christian tradition but aren't exactly sold on all those concepts of the tribunal God and the Immaculate Conception and the virgin birth, maybe Unitarianism might be their way to go. Um, Coping with immortality. Sorry. Muller Furnace says over 2,000 religions, none of them right. We all wrong, which is why I'm agnostic, but I love a lot of Buddhism and Hinduism teachings. Even Muslims, Jews, and Christians have some good lessons. Yeah, they all have some good lessons, which is the reason why they're so widespread in the first place. If they didn't have some sort of mass appeal to them, they wouldn't have spread just through force alone. Once that force, once that threat of force or violence was removed, then the acceptance of those views would have withered as well. Um, which is a fallacy in itself, like the appeal threat to threats of violence. But anyway, Moonlit Furnace says like, subscribe, share, and hit the super chat is all the bottom right of the screen. It's at the bottom right of the screen, guys. Thank you. Juice Dope says I do believe you can extract some truth from each religion. They call this New Age, but it just makes more sense. No, New Age is something different. So yes, you can extract some truth from each religion, or I wouldn't say truth. You can extract some wisdom from religions, which is why again my one of my professors, who unfortunately passed away during the pandemic, Dr. Stanley Jack Odell, um, really great guy. He was my first philosophy professor. And like that first philosophy class I had was formally a class for like seniors and graduate students. So the fact that he told me I did well in that class meant he was like, you don't have to take a intro philosophy class now. He said, why? You've already took my class and you passed it. He said this class used to be for only seniors and beginning graduate students. So he said you're good. But he he's he said that religion was a type of frozen metaphysics, which is to say that what started off as a fluid philosophy under some great thinker became crystallized and made dogmatic by their disciples and believers. And so he said all the great religions started out that way. They were once just philosophies that were then crystallized or turned into frozen metaphysics. He was saying that the difference is like with Eastern religions still hold a strong philosophical tradition. Like when you look at Buddhism, when you look at Taoism, when you look at Confucianism, these are all religions which still can be seen as philosophies. Whereas all the great Abrahamic religions like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are now very dogmatic religions. Like they there's no room for like interpretation now because when there is interpretation, it just forms a whole new branch of the religion. So when you disagree with one group, then you get Catholicism. Then you agree with that, then you get Orthodox religion. and you agree, then you disagree with that, you get the Lutheran Church. You disagree with, or you disagree with the Catholic Church somewhere else, and you get the Anglican Church, and so on and so on and so on and so on. But like, it just becomes so dogmatic. So there's no room for interpretation. Any interpretation just becomes a separate religion. Whereas in philosophy, in metaphysics particularly, you can have different views on the same subject without it becoming a whole different branch of philosophy. um, Justo says, I don't believe that God is the universe. I believe that there is a God that created this universe. I don't think that the universe started because of a big bang. Well, the problem with that is that it, there the problem with saying that, well, the God created this universe is that it falls into an infinite regress. An infinite regress was then would be like, okay, then who created God? Okay, then they'll say, okay, that person created God, and then who created that person? And who created that person? Who created that person? Who created God? And then who created that person? Who created that person? Who created that person? Who created that person? Who created God? And so on as an infinite regress ad infinitum. And that really doesn't work. At some point, you got to say there's a either something came from nothing, or there's this ultimate cause. And so that is one of the so-called theistic arguments for God, is that he's the ultimate cause of everything. The 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 cosmic argument. For some people, that is a captivating argument. For anyone who doesn't already believe, though, that doesn't really work. But for others, that that is a convincing argument. But for others, we could just say, well, maybe all this just happened from nothing. We're fine with just accepting that something just came from nothing. Or we can just say what is has always existed. Or we can say, okay, there was an ultimate cause to everything, but that was just the laws of physics. That's my own view. Is that, yeah, there was an ultimate cause of everything. That's just the laws of physics. But as far as the Big Bang, people who are religious use evolution and Big Bang in ways that aren't taught in science. And it's sad that you guys lack the science literacy to realize that you're giving straw man arguments to things that aren't believed in science. Again, in evolution, we don't believe that humans evolved from monkeys. We think they all shared a common ancestor. That when it comes to astrophysics, particularly, or astronomy, particularly cosmology, which is the study of the origins and structures of the universe, that's cosmology. We don't we don't say the universe started because of a big bang per se. Um, there's different beliefs in that. Some people think that there has always been a universe, and that the Big Bang just started what our part of the universe, the observable universe. Okay. Others might think, okay, everything started from some beginning point, but um, they they might think that it wasn't the Big Bang itself, that all started from a singularity. A, 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 a singularity is something used in mathematics, which kind of symbolizes that there was a breakdown in the mathematics somehow. But but in cosmology, we're referring to a gravitational singularity, which is a point of infinite density, um, from which all like time, space erupted through the Big Bang. And but that Big Bang we now think started with cosmic inflation. We think the bang in the so-called Big Bang was cosmic inflation, from which the universe started from either a singularity or just a very small point in time space that expanded exponentially within like several, like just a few minutes. Like basically like something that started from the size of a speck of dirt to the size of the earth within a few minutes, but on a much grander scale. Like we're talking about something that started from the size of like maybe uh, uh, a proton to like the early stages of the universe. I don't want to get into that too much, but um, I don't see why a religious person would have a trouble with the Big Bang when in Genesis itself is the Bible talks about everything starting from nothing. So there have been some people in the Catholic tradition which have kind of rectified the standard Big Bang theory, the standard model of the Big Bang, with with biblical creation. So that's not really a problem. I mean, the current Pope himself has a master's in chemistry. So Jesus says, if we all share a common ancestor with all living organisms, doesn't that support the creationist standpoint? Who created the first living organisms on this earth? The problem is you're saying who, so you're assuming that the person that is a person who created everyone. We have There's no evidence that there was some person who created everything. There was a mechanism behind it, but we there's no reason to assume that there's a who. That's the problem with people who are come from a religious standpoint. They assume everything must come from a psychological being of some sort. They created everything. When most animals procreate, we don't assume that someone made them procreate. um, but we look, but people keep looking for the God in the gaps of explanation. That really does a disservice to your religion. If if with your religious faith you can only look for the God in the gaps of explanation, then that does a disservice to that God that he's only used to explain the very few things that we still can't explain, where most things we can nowadays. Um, it seems the more rational thing to do is just say, here's my sphere of religious belief, and here's my sphere of uh, of empirical beliefs, and we're not going to interchange the two. They're they're not there's If this is a Venn diagram, this circle here and this circle there are not going to have a, a, a point where they intersect. They're going to be two separate spheres because it really makes it harder to accept that religion when that guy can only be used to explain the gaps in explanation here in the empirical circle, because those gaps keep getting filled little by little, which leaves lesser room for their religious belief. But if they say, "Hey, I'm gonna put my religious beliefs on this in this circle, keep it right here, and I'm gonna keep my empirical beliefs over here in this circle," then that's that would seemingly be the more rational thing to do. Either that, or you would just have to realize that the empirical circle is the only circle that actually exists. But that's up to you. But to try to intersect them, it doesn't work anymore because we're at a point we're at a point in human understanding where we just don't need religious beliefs to explain everyday phenomena. Justo says infinite regress, just like Dragon Ball Z in the other world. It's just an infinite regress of gods out there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. Like, there has to be either an ultimate cause or everything always was. Um, but again, if there's an ultimate cause, whatever you want to call it, that doesn't contradict biblical creationism, which also says there something came from nothing. The difference is they say that there was a being that was the ultimate cause, whereas science leaves doesn't doesn't say one way or another whether there was a person behind what started everything. They just give the explanation of the mechanism of how it came to be. It's philosophy that gives the understanding that says, well, if there's no evidence that there was someone at that point that did this, then there's no reason to believe that there was a person. So, Justo says, thanks for clarifying on the scientific aspect of things. It is possible there are multiple universes, but that's just another infinite regression in itself. Maybe the answer is we will never know. Well, yeah, it's definitely possible that we will never know. But as far as multiple universes, that's a whole different topic. And there's many different versions of multiple universes that we can entertain. As I just when I was briefly mentioning cosmic inflation, which is which is nowadays considered the the appropriate interpretation of the Big Bang theory. So now they've updated the standard Big Bang model to the inflationary model of Big Bang theory. The inflationary model assumes that cosmic inflation actually happened, and this is like there's a whole book on the first 3 minutes of the universe. Like I've read this, and this refers to cosmic inflation. Like cosmic inflation happened like almost right after the initial the first moment in time. We can't even we can never even go back to observing the initial moment in time because it's not measurable because of the smallest amount of time we can measure is called Planck's time. Anything beyond Planck's time is immeasurable. But before Planck's time, we pretty much posit there was a singularity. At least some people, like for some people, the singularity is merely just a mathematical construct where others believe that this gravitational singularity at the beginning of time, just like gravitational singularities at the bottom of black holes are real. That's a matter of speculation. The point is that we can say that the where time, space, and all that really kicked off was at the point when cosmic inflation happened. However, one of the one of the interesting aspects of cosmic inflation is if cosmic inflation is true, then it will also indicate that there's probably possibly multiple universes because as cosmic inflation happened, there would have been points there would have been points in time space that broke off during that cosmic inflation that became separate universes as predicted within the inflationary model of Big Bang theory. That's one version of the multiple universe. And obviously, if you find evidence for cosmic inflation, which we have some, but not a lot of evidence for, then it also means those multiple universes probably exist as well, although we could never observe those since obviously they're other universes. um, But some of the then there's the question of how to interpret quantum theory. The the many the Everett's many worlds interpretation of quantum theory would also allude to there being a multiple universe. But there are a lot of hard nosed experimental physicists who don't accept the multiverse explanation right now. So that's a whole different topic and very speculative. So I wouldn't get into that one way or another. I would just say that it is possible that there are multiple universes. Even there's speculation that at the end of every Big Bang, excuse me, at the end of every black hole, there could be a separate universe, as looked at through cosmic inflationary theory. But that's all speculative. Um, Hard nosed scientists and hard nosed philosophers who are scientific want their claims to be testable somehow. So I'm more of those. I'm more in line with those hard nosed um, people who want testable claims. So I would not speculate on that one way or another. But that, but to accept, but to get into like looking at the structure and origins of the universe doesn't mean you have to accept multiple universes or not accept multiple universes. That's a whole different topic that doesn't border on what we were talking about previously. Has nothing to do with God or religion or anything else. Justo says it's not looking for God in the gaps of explanation, but the gap creates the possibility of God existing. No, they don't. That's what I'm saying. If the only reason you can believe in God is looking for these existing gaps in explanation, it does a disservice. I don't understand how you don't understand that does a disservice to your belief. If let's take it out of religious context. If the only reason you knew your father existed was from child support checks, but then child support checks stopped coming, then how would you know that he's still out there or that he was ever there in the first place? If there were no more child support checks or if they never were any child support checks. But that's the only clue that you knew that there was a father. You had a father was child support checks. Like that would be kind of flimsy, wouldn't it? Like it should be other evidence out there that supports you knowing you have a father, like his name on your birth certificate, him coming to maybe meet you sometimes, him sending you birthday cards or Christmas gifts and talking to you on FaceTime or any of these things. But if the only evidence is child support checks and then you never those stop coming or there's rarely ever any child support checks, how do you know this is really being sent by him? It, I don't know if that's a good analogy, but it's like I said, if you take it out of religious context, it becomes kind of absurd to think that your only belief for something is through the explanation, the gaps in the explanation of a much more wider accepted belief. Justo says the empirical is the only thing that exists. So for something to exist or be true, it has to be observable and explained by science. No, the empirical mean when I refer to something empirical, it means something about the world. Like that's what empirical means. Um, Generally, when you look into epistemology, which is the theory of knowledge and belief and rationality, there's two main views on um, the knowledge acquisition. You have empirical knowledge and you have a priori knowledge. Empirical knowledge is knowledge we gain through observation and evidence, whereas a priori knowledge is knowledge that we can attain through reason alone, um, such as math and logic. But there's also some a priori science as well. But I don't want to muddy the waters too much right now. Let's just say an empirical deals with like observation and evidence, where a priori knowledge deals with knowing things through reason alone or without observation. Um, that's what empirical refers to. It doesn't mean that the empirical is the only thing that exists. It means knowing things through observation and evidence. Justo says, "Well, the fact that you exist means you have a father. That's how biology works, man and woman." That's you. You're missing the point. Um, when I said that obviously everyone you have a father. That's not what I meant. I meant that you know that it was a bad analogy, but I was sorry. I was basically trying to say that you know that this person is your father, not that you have a father. Obviously, you have a father. I'm saying that person X is your father by virtue of the fact that you sometimes might get a check from him, a child support check or something. But if if that's the only reason, if that's the only reason you have to believe that person X is your father, but some you but there's rarely a time that you actually receive those checks, if at all, then it kind of calls into question whether person X really is your father. That's how I should have framed it. Justo says everything that exists in this world was birthed by another organism that came before them. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. At some point down that line, there had to have been a point where there were no organisms. And that gets into a whole different other theory, which is not evolution, but the a theory on the origins of life. That is very speculative. I don't want to even go into that here because we keep going down different rabbit holes. The point being, going back to the original topic, I want to get back to that because we're straying. I don't want to just keep doing armchair metaphysics right now. The point being is that when critically thinking, you need to assess evidence both for and against claims. And if there's more, if the preponderance of evidence is against the claim, that's reasons to disbelieve it or doubt it. If the preponderance is in favor of the claim, then there's evidence, then that is reason to believe the claims. And the proportion the proportion of evidence that favors the claim gives us the degree of belief in which we should accept it. Perpetrator Beta says primordial ooze. Sounds like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but yeah, that's one view of origins of life. Perpetrator Beta. I don't like I said I don't want to get into it because you have different origins of life. I still accept the so-called primordial ooze view though. But there's other theories on the origins of life like panspermia. Juice Dope says, I'm not trying to turn you into a theist, by the way. I'm just putting my perspective out there. Oh, you couldn't anyway. I can't be turned into something without evidence. Primordial ooze, what he's talking about, Juice Dope, is so the speculation going all the way back to Darwin, Charles Darwin himself, and his book on the origins of species. So that's another thing. Like I want to clarify. So evolution, I had to I had to tell some friends this too, so because they got this confused. So evolution isn't a theory on the origins of life. That's what religious people keep confusing. Evolution is the origin of species, how speciation happens, how animals evolve to become other animals over time. That is what the theory of evolution is. It's not the theory on the origins of life. And this is where religious people keep making a straw man argument against evolution, which is not what it's about. The origins of life is still highly speculative, but one of the theories on the origin of life was something speculated by Charles Darwin himself in his book on the origin of species, which said that at some point there was organic material in our primordial earth that was probably irradiated somehow, which made it self-replicate, which started that organic material to start self-replicating molecules, so to speak. Um, some sort of organic matter. At the time of the early Earth, most things would have been underwater. Water life started in water. All the earliest species started off in water. So at some point in time there was some organic material that was irradiated either through radiation coming from who knows lightning or um, something coming from space, some sort of some sort of energy that irradiated this material, which made it self-replicating. The fact that it could self-replicate was the start of life being self-replicating. And of course, those early, species that can self-replicate are like, you know, bacteria. You have cyanobacteria, and then you have, which is the earliest form of bacteria, the cyanobacteria. Then you have um, the more common form of bacteria. And then you have other things like algae and all that other sort of stuff. But in any case, some sort of the earliest beings were like single-celled organisms, and that probably started from some sort of self-replicating molecules that was irradiated at some point, according to that theory on the origins of life. There's another another widely accepted but speculative theory on the origins of life is panspermia, that life was brought to Earth from space, like some organic material was brought here through space and came here, and that sparked off the origins of life here. So, and then there's probably some other views as well, but those are the two main rivals for origins of life right now. But that's when he's referring to primordial ooze. That's what he's referring to the early Earth, which, like I said, all life started in the oceans of the time, and primordial ooze is just a funny way of talking about that. Perpetrator basis, I'm not that aware. I just rattled it off. Juice still says I'm going to have to research primordial ooze and panspermia. No, primordial ooze is not the name of the theory. So if you look that up, that's not the name of the theory. That's just a colloquial way of talking about it. That's not actually the name of the. That's not actually the name of the origin, that origin of life. It has a name, but I really don't remember the name. To be honest, I can't recall it. But primordial ooze isn't. However, if you do Google primordial ooze, it probably will actually take you to the actual name of the theory. Juice is interesting stuff. First time I ever heard of any of this. Think first act second says the earliest life being established in water is deep as fuck when you think about humans and pregnancy. Primordial ooze, spermia. A. I guess that means we are all the aliens on this earth. No, by the panspermia theory, yes, we would have been brought. Life would have been seeded from or alien organic material. But the other theory, like I said, that one espoused by Darwin and his book would have meant that origins life started here on Earth through earthly organic material, not from material brought from some other celestial object. Wikipedia says primordial soup. Close enough. Like I said, I don't need, I never do the actual name of it because I just remember, hearing about it in class as well as reading about it when I read Darwin's book. And there's a few other books of his I need to read as well. He actually gave the roots for evolutionary psychology as well, which is not widely accepted, but evolutionary psychology is kind of it, it puts psychology um, um, firmly steeped in biology, although some people aren't comfortable with that. But that's a different topic for a different day. But yes, this is why I say when you introduce philosophy, it inundates people from bad ideas in politics and religion. It doesn't mean that you're not going to have political beliefs, and it doesn't mean you're not going to have religious beliefs. What it does mean is that your beliefs are going to be more informed on rational grounds, regardless of what you choose, whether you choose to be Democrat, Republican, whether you choose to be Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, Taoist, you know, atheist, agnostic, deist, whatever. um, whatever those views are, they will be more informed, and more than likely, you'll be able to change or modify your beliefs based on reason as well. Perpetrator Beta says, is evolutionary psychology the problematic one? Not really. It's not problematic. What it is that people confuse it with the problematic one, which is social Darwinism. People confuse people confuse evolutionary psychology with social Darwinism, but social Darwinism is not a science. It's actually a political theory. It's actually like a social political theory. It's not a science. And social Darwinism, unfortunately, is also confused with sociobiology, which is a science. So both evolutionary psychology and sociobiology get confused with social Darwinism, which itself is not a science. But evolutionary psychology is not problematic. The only problem with evolutionary psychology is that you might have um, some thinkers in that field that just want to reduce everything to just basic survival mechanisms without doing the due diligence with the research. Um, but it but evolutionary psychology is a well researched field, as is sociobiology. I don't want those to be confused with social Darwinism because people always tend to confuse evolutionary psychology and sociobiology with social Darwinism, and they are not related. Social Darwinism is not a science; it's a political theory, a debunked debunked political theory. Perpetrator Beta says you're going to have a sufficiently reasonable burden of proof. You're like Neil deGrasse right now. Oh, that I appreciate it, but I don't want to be compared to him. He sometimes tries to sound profound, and I really don't like it because The funny thing is he doesn't think much of philosophy, particularly philosophy of science, but then he tries to sound like this. But then when he tries to sound be he tries so hard to sound profound, like some little fortune cookie type philosopher. And it's like for someone who doesn't like philosophy, you you do an awful bit of trying to sound like one, at least a bad version, a bad interpretation of a philosopher. Juso says, "Have you ever gotten your IQ tested?" Yeah, I have. I've taken a neuropsychological battery. Um, I have the average IQ of a college student, which most average most college students have a IQ of around 120. Well, college graduates tend to have an average IQ of 120. Um, Graduate students have a average IQ of around 130. High school graduates have an average IQ of 105, and the general population 100, of course. So, but I don't want to say my specific IQ score because for one, I don't remember which one is which because I was tested twice. One by my school and one through a developmental psychologist that I had to see for my PKU treatment. Um, I'll just say it's I'll just say it's slightly above average. That's as would be the case for most college graduates. It's like it should be like above average IQ. And above average means it's generally like anything over 110. So where the normal range is between 90 and 110 is the average range. Perpetrator basis, I just mean on the critical thinking thing. I do not think he does the pseudo intellectual thing. He said, I do think he does the pseudo intellectual thing. Sorry. He also copes on his animal eating views by comparing to complaints. Wait, is Neil deGrasse Tyson a vegetarian? Because I'm looking at his girth, no diddy, but looking at his at his weight rather, I wouldn't think he was a vegetarian. So I, I wasn't aware of that. Well, no, you're not dumb, Juice Dope. It's just stuff you don't know. Being ignorant of something doesn't mean being ignorant of like certain things don't mean you're stupid. Like being ignorant just means you don't know something. Not knowing something and not having the ability to grasp something are two different things entirely. So you could have a person who is intellectually gifted but don't have much background knowledge because they didn't go to higher learning, right? Um, Whereas you might have some people who went on to higher learning but don't have the highest of IQs. Um, so it, just because I have more background knowledge in this field than you doesn't mean that you probably have a lesser IQ. For as far as I know, you probably have background knowledge on a lot of things that I don't know. Like when it so for sports, I don't know shit. Like if it comes to certain things like sports, I don't know shit. If it comes to like stuff like like auto mechanics, I don't know shit. Um, if it comes to stuff like um, information technology, I don't know shit. So there's a lot of things that I don't know about, but it doesn't mean I'm stupid. It just means I'm ignorant of those subjects. That's all. Think first, act second says, laughing my butt off at no diddler. And do you remember he had the nerve to dress up as the Joker for Halloween 3 years ago, and was just, he, as far as I'm concerned, he was just being his real self when he was being the Joker. But I think DC Comics, DC Comics Entertainment, I think they sent him a cease and desist letter further using the image of the Joker. Sound like that was a good move. 3 years, go 3 years into the future now. Looks like that was a good call on that point to not let him use the image of the Joker anymore. Um, Perpetrator Beta says no. He diminishes the common vegan talking point of valuing suffering by saying that a plant alien would see vegans as morally reprehensible, so to get off their soapbox. Yeah, but I get that. But again, Neil deGrasse Tyson makes some. Like I said, he tries so hard to sound profound sometimes, and it just comes off as goofy. Like I don't know if you ever watched Batman versus Superman, and he was on there, and it that was like a textbook example of someone expounding on deepities, like pseudo wisdom. Like when he was trying to expound on Superman, it just like it was just like this. It was like something that was didn't make sense, but it sounded deep. Justo says, "I don't know shit either, so you got me beat." Think at first second says, "Knowledge is certainly power, and the desire to learn is golden for real, for real." I won't say knowledge is certainly power because I have knowledge in certain fields, which doesn't give me any leverage. It's it's not knowledge itself. It's um, maybe the understanding that comes with knowledge is the power. So some people may have the knowledge, but they may not have the understanding that comes from that. That understanding, the wisdom, those are the tools for success. Um, Justo says most of our beliefs are on morality are debatable, but that's for another day, I guess. I mean, we can go into it a little bit, but yes, most beliefs on morality are highly contentious. This is why most people agree now that morality is mostly relative. I won't say it's completely relative, but there has been very good arguments, over the last 50 years that has argued that morality is relative, and a lot of intellectuals today do believe that. However, there has to be something objective about morality, or there would be no place where we could say where we could draw a line in the sand and say that you shouldn't do those things to other people. um, but whether there being an objective fact in the world, like yeah, uh, it's hard to say that there is when it comes to morality. Where I think morality has some objectivity to it is the fact that we all have moral instincts, innate moral instincts, which means that there are there are rules to by which we live that leads to a sort of harmony amongst people to get along with each other and work for the greater cause. This is what is called the social contract. This is why a lot of folks may accept a sort of contractarianism, the fact that we can agree that morals are relative, but that but there has to be some sort of social contract that we all live by that prevents chaos and mayhem, and the fact that we also have innate moral instincts to right and wrong suggests that there is something out there, perhaps, that are sort of moral precepts for what makes society possible. And we all abide by these moral precepts through a social contract, which is a set of unwritten rules that we all get along by. The reason that those social contracts are almost similar in almost every society is because of these innate moral instincts that we have. But similar to learning language, even though learning language is innate, we still have to have like a formal teaching of it. So we also have to have a formal teaching of morality. For most of humanity, that came through religion, but ethics actually predates religion, organized religion, because the ancient Greeks were discussing ethical principles before organized religion was, because back in those times of ancient Greece and ancient Rome, the gods weren't ethical beings. Zeus did whatever the hell he wanted, as did Apollo and Hades and all the rest of them. They didn't abide by any moral precepts. So it actually came down to the pre-Socratic philosophers to give us ethical principles to which we live by, and for them, a lot of that was uh, virtue ethics. But um, that's, like I said, that is a separate subject, but it fits into talking again about why training in philosophy makes you a, a better person, because you understand these things. You understand that you can be moral without being religious. That if anything, some religious people actually go against their moral instincts sometimes. So, perpetrator beta says he's generally pretty reasonable. I wonder if the profound thing doesn't have something to do with him being a pop side guy. Could just be a self-serving thing. That gets into another aspect. Carl Sagan who was like his mentor, was accused of the same thing. Like people with so generally within the academic world, popular people who popularize scientists aren't considered very in this on the same tier as experimental scientists. Like in the academic world, is that you have the experimental scientists are up here, um, and you have the theoretical scientists and philosophers here, and the people who popularize science down here. It's the academic world is a world of publish or perish, so you're expected to publish your research, and you establish your credibility through that. But for science popularizers, they typically don't do research, which is why they're not treated as seriously as people in the academic world who have to constantly do research. I mean, research is such a priority in the academic world that um, you have some people on you have scientists and other researchers in academic fields who are given priority over teaching. Like they may have some of them may have some teaching responsibilities. Then you have some that have no teaching responsibility. Their only jobs at the university is just to do research, and they don't have to teach classes at all. And like I said, if they do, it's very rarely. They the university gets more gets more prestige by having um, researchers who produce um, studies that get published and become like big things in the academic world. That brings prestige to the university, not who's just a good teacher, unfortunately. And so pop sci guys aren't treated very seriously within the academic world, like Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, or Brian Greene, and these other folks, and even Carl Sagan back in the day. But unlike Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan actually did do some research. I don't know if Neil deGrasse Tyson has done any research after he after receiving his dissertation. And this is why, in academic world, he doesn't have the same prestige as he does to the general population. And yes, I think because he runs that planet that astrophysics planetarium in New York, that he's used to being like a good storyteller and trying to make things seem profound to captivate an audience. But I don't think that's always a good way of explaining science. Perpetrated says, okay, I don't know your specific example, but I do get your general sentiment. Sorry if that wasn't a good analogy. Um, Perpetrator says, knowledge of psychology is power, knowledge of your thought process is power. Think first, act second says, great point, thank you. Welcome. Perpetrator base says, well, all morality is subjective, in my opinion. It's not, just because, well, so that is a view that's called ethical subjectivism, which is also the same thing as moral relativism. But ethical subjectivism, like I said, it is common. But like I said, because we have studied the study of moral psychology, we know that people actually do have innate moral beliefs. Also, we know from cross cultural studies in psychology, looking at studies coming from cultures all across the world, not just in the Western world, but from pre modern societies as well, that generally every human society has the same taboos regardless of the culture. Like every culture has some sort of taboo against rape. Every culture has some sort of taboo against murder. Every ta- culture has some taboo against theft. Um, every culture has some sort of taboo against incest. However, within each culture, there's different parameters in which something does or doesn't fit those taboos, but every culture has those same taboos, which again points to the fact that there must be certain moral precepts that must that must be put in place for society to exist, which means there has to be some sort of social contract. So whether morality itself is up is so even if morality itself is not an objective fact of the world, the the precepts, the certain moral precepts that allow society t- to exist, says there's something objective about it. Perpetrator says because there's no morality without a mind. So which is funny because the guy Mark Hauser, who writes the book on how morality is sort of like an innate language, he actually names his book Moral Minds. Justo says knowledge and understanding of all things. Now that's a good goal or purpose to have in this human lifetime. uh, Perpetrator says, is it innate moral instincts or do we all just have an understanding of what we would want to happen to us and make contracts around that? The way we know that they are innate is that we test them in babies. This is in developmental psychology how we know have how we get clued into certain things being innate is that we can test certain things with little children, toddlers. That's how we know that humans have an innate concept of numbers, the humans have an innate concept, have some innate concept of time and space. We have innate concepts of good and bad. Like the baby will have these scenes played before them with these puppets, and when there's something that's being done wrong to the other puppet, they will react to it. Like this, so how we get to like the innateness of human beliefs generally stems from us doing tests on very young children, on toddlers or infants sometimes. And also because not only are they innate, they're universal because in every society, again, we share the same cultural taboos against incest, rape, murder, theft, and dishonesty, things like that. Perpetrators is it innate moral instincts, or do we all just have an understanding of what we wouldn't want to happen to us and make contracts around that? If we, you, you understand what you're saying, right? If we all have an understanding of what we wouldn't want to happen to us and make contracts around it, that means that it's probably innate. Just like animals have an innate uh, sense of danger for certain things, you know, through throughout evolutionary history, it would have been a species. It would have been the individuals within a species that had certain had certain behaviors that they passed down to their progeny that ensured their survival within a certain environment that passed on their genes, whereas the ones who didn't carry on those behaviors to their progeny didn't survive. That's how they become in, that's how these behaviors then become instinctual. Just like babies have an instinct, a grasping reflex. When in a sense of danger, they will instantly cling on to their mother with a vice-like grip. Because in the early in early human history, those babies that instantly clung on to their mother when there was approaching danger were the ones who survived, and they would have went on and spread their genes to other progeny that did the same thing. Is it innate moral instincts or is it just empathy? We're talking about two different things. Morality refers to not doing harm to others and not having harm done to oneself. Um, Justo says having awareness of pain helps us be aware of the pain others might be experiencing. Not necessarily. It comes through a theory of mind, but that's a different subject. Being aware of the pain of others is a theory of mind. At a certain time, children don't have a theory of mind, so they don't they don't understand that the things that they understand that the things that they know or don't know may not be the things that others know or don't know. They assume that everything is true of them is true of others. They don't have a theory of mind up until the ages of what I guess like maybe 4 or 5, 3 or 4, something like. I guess somewhere between the ages of 3 and 5 years old, they uh, get a theory of mind that others have different minds separate from their own. But that's something completely different. Justo says, I don't think innate moral instincts really exist. If you observe toddlers and little kids misbehaving, they are really vicious. I think morality is taught, not ingrained. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Just not. You keep talking about casual observation. We're not talking about casual observation. We're talking about scientific research. There are developmental psychologists that bring toddlers and infants into research labs where they test different things upon them, which is gives us an inkling of things that are innate. Also, they do studies with twins versus adopted siblings as well. This lets us into things that are nature versus nurture and things that are innate versus learned through these studies done with very young babies and with studies done between twin twin siblings and adopted siblings. Justo says the only thing that keeps society together is rules and laws. If we didn't all agree to those rules or laws, it would be chaos outside. That's social contract. That's the social contract. The the point being to the social contract is that every social contract has underlying moral precepts which predate society, because if they didn't, society wouldn't be able to happen in the first place. Just like there are certain rules and parameters of language that are innate, that allow any person to learn a language regardless of what culture they grow up in, regardless of how articulate their parents are, whatever. Everyone of a normal biology will learn language because the precepts to learning language are innate. Analogous to that, moral instincts are innate. It doesn't take you to learn that um, certain things are wrong because they are instinctual. Again, this is why you don't understand, you're not grasping evolutionary biology. Things, let me get some water. But evolutionary biology, or I should say evolutionary psychology rather, has given us instinctual beliefs because the behaviors to which those beliefs are connected are something that would have increased the chances of survival. They are they are adaptations. These adaptive mechanisms or adaptations increase survival within your environment. So having certain instincts to run when there's danger increases your chances of survival. In a complicated society where everyone may have their own selfish goals and desires, it makes sense that we have certain behaviors put in place that we all instinctually go by, that allows us all to peacefully coexist more or less. Because in societies, in pre-human societies, societies of ape-like humans, the hominids, those species that didn't know how to get along didn't survive. This is why there's only one human species still alive today, which is us, Homo sapiens sapien. All the other ones died off. Justo says, I think there are tribes that practice cannibalism. That does, you are missing the point. There's no, the cultural taboo would be against murder. Again, you're missing the point. Every society, every culture has different parameters for those taboos. The taboos exist in every society, but where people, but the scope of what fits within that taboo and what doesn't is culturally defined. So, and on top of that, every place where cannibalism has existed, when you look into the when you look into the history of the cannibalism in that society, is usually it usually was done in dire situations. People who have an abundance of food did not practice cannibalism. This only happened in dire situations, or maybe for or maybe for like religious practices. But where there was an abundance of food, cannibalism was not practiced. Every time you come into a place where um, life became dire, that's when you saw cannibalism. And I'm not saying the social contract exists in the like physically exists. I'm saying a social contract is just a set of unwritten rules of which all human societies go by to allow for the for society to go along. You're taking things way too literally. There's no physically written out social contract. That's not how it works. A social contract is just a metaphor for an unwritten set of rules of behavior that humans agreed to abide by to allow for the peaceful coexistence of each other in a society. That's what social contract stands for. Jew says the social contract exists to keep humans in a state of equilibrium. If the social contract were to break for all humans, we would die out as a species. Yes, now we're getting into it. If you want to know more about social contract, maybe you should read Thomas Hobbes' The Leviathan. It's not a book for the layperson, though, but this was written by one of the great British empiricists. The great British empiricists of people from like this, these guys from the 1600s and 1700s, people like John Locke, Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill, David Hume, Adam Smith, who wrote the book The Wealth of Nations, which was the foundation of capitalism, um, and Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, as well as George Berkeley, which is where Berkeley, California, is named after George Berkeley. It's actually pronounced Barkley, but they call it Berkeley out there because that's how it's spelled, Berkeley, but it's pronounced Barkley. Um, these are all the great British empiricists of the English, the European Enlightenment, and Thomas Hobbes wrote a good book on the social contract. But a more modern interpretation of the social contract um, was written um, by a guy who died in say what 2002. But his name is John Rawls. John Rawls is an analytic philosopher who brought political philosophy back into vogue again. So much so that if you go to law school nowadays, you'll probably hear people referring to John Rawls um, with his. He wrote a book called The Theory of Justice, and then he he reworked the book and made a smaller version of it called the uh, what is it called? I have this book and I can't remember the name of it, but in any case, he does a good explanation of social contractarianism. But again, this is not the only view on ethics. There's many others. There's Kantianism, there's ethical subjectivism, there's ethical egoism, which is bullshit. There's emotivism. Um, there's a bunch of views out there, but I'm speaking about social contractarianism just because that is the personal view that I take from my understanding of morality, being that I do agree with most of the people who've said that morality is relative, but I disagree with it being completely relative because of the research done in moral psychology, which shows that we have moral instincts, innate moral instincts, and I don't want to keep debating it because this is a matter of research. It's not a matter of speculation. Like, we know this through cultural psychology, we know this through developmental psychology, we know this through cognitive psychology, and we know this through bioethics. So, enough of that. Perpetrator says maybe I'm getting too tripped up on what is objective versus subjective. Maybe. Evan Barry says that's the same reason why communism doesn't work. People are naturally greedy and self serving. Yeah, Evan is partially right. I mean, communism doesn't work with the world as it is, but it works with an ideology that's divorced from reality. Capitalism works with how the world actually is. We know that people are self interested and selfish and and inclined to avarice. So we must design our systems that take that into consideration. That's how a lot of people are designed to be avarice, to be avaristic, selfish, and self-interested. There's nothing wrong with being self-interested, but there is problems with being selfish, right? And being full of avarice. Not to mention people who may be psychopathic. That's a whole different topic. But um, yeah, I mean, Evan is right. Communism has failed every real life test that has been subjected to. It, every test that's been subjected to has failed. Failed the Soviet Union. It's obviously been failing North Korea, Cuba, Chile, Ecuador, Venezuela, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam. So, yeah, if you divorce your views on society from reality, then it does what you get are views that don't work. Then you're going to try to force humanity into at the cost of a lot of pain and suffering. So thanks, Evan. Justo says, yeah, the social contract is what keeps society and civilization going. Exactly. Uh, he says, do you think other animals like monkeys have innate moral instincts as well? Actually, yes, they do. There's actually been studies on that. Surprisingly, sometimes monkeys have been better behaving than us. And like Evan says, that monkeys are some of the most greedy, self-serving species on this planet. I'm biased though, so you don't have to believe me. He's right, but um, I think these were I can't remember if these were rhesus monkeys or macaques. I'm gonna assume these were macaque monkeys. And so a very important study done in social psychology back 60 years ago was tested also on monkeys. And again, I can't remember these were rhesus monkeys or macaques, but you can look up the studies themselves. Um, so in their original human studies, what happens is you brought these people into this lab where you put the researcher in a white lab coat, which confers authority to a lot of these people. These were like not students, but rather people from well, some of them were students, but then they also started bringing in people from from the community, just regular average working people. And so when they see this guy in this white lab coat, it conferred authority to them. Um, and they had them an ex- do a play an experiment where they worked with a partner. However, they didn't know that the partner was actually one of the lab assistants, and they had to each he had the 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 subject had to ask his partner a set of questions, and each time the person got it wrong, they were supposed to subject them to an electric shock. Although they weren't actually receiving electric shock, the person on the other end, the lab assistant, was acting as if they were getting shocked whenever they answered a question wrong. And each time they answered wrong, the voltage went up. So the experiment was how far people would go in shocking their partner just by them um, going on authority, which these sort of studies came out of the aftermath of World War II. Like, how could people just simply like obey the authority of someone who's evil, like the Nazis, or um, you know other folks like the Italian um, what was it? El Duce. Okay, how could people blindly follow these authoritarian figures clearly when they're telling them to do something that's morally wrong or evil? So this is tested in a psychology lab with a guy, with the researcher, like I said, wearing this white lab coat, which most psychologists don't wear. He was wearing it because it would convey a sense of authority. And what they learned is the people who were of lesser socioeconomic status were more willing to go along with shocking their partner for higher levels of voltage. Like some of them went all the way to the very end of the voltage level, which had a sign on it saying deadly. So how does this translate to the monkeys? I'm getting to that. So when it came to the monkeys, so they trained the monkeys to to shock each other, but since these are monkeys, they can actually do real shocks. Whereas with the humans, they were just pretending to get shot every time a person pushed the lever. The partner on the other end, which was secretly a lab assistant, was pretending to get shocked. Well, with the monkeys, they were really shocking them, right? So they trained the monkeys by giving them a treat each time they gave a shock to the other monkey. Here's the thing: even though they trained the monkeys to shock the other monkey and would give them a food reward each time they did it, when they saw that the other monkey, they could see the other monkey, like, so the humans could see, so the human subjects could see the other person, and or they would hear them scream in pain and would still deliver these shocks. But when the monkeys saw that the other monkeys were visibly in pain, they refused to do it even though they were being rewarded for food treats. So in this instance, the monkeys were actually acting more ethically than humans. So the moral of that story is, yes, animals do some primate animals do have moral instincts. It comes it gets into a question of altruism. So um, Perpetrator Beta says, I guess what confuses me about the objectivity thing is like good and bad or subjective distinctions don't exist to the world. Yeah, so what you're confusing is objectivity and subjectivity with good and bad. Morality doesn't have to be discussed as good versus bad. Good and bad are quasi spiritual concepts. In ethics, we don't have to approach morality by what's good versus what's bad. Some ethical theories do that, but most do not. We broach most of most of ethical theory is broached by what causes harm and what doesn't cause harm. Not good versus bad. Good versus bad is a spiritual distinction. We don't need to make spiritual distinctions in ethics unless you are going by divine command theory. Divine command theory is the most widely accepted ethical theory in the world, but that's because most people are religious, so most of them base their morality based on their religious beliefs, which teach some version or other of divine command theory, which is basically what is good is what God commands you, or God commands what is the good. And there's an important distinction in that, which has been used as an evidence against um, belief in God since the time of Socrates. So, no need to go into that other than just to say that your confusion with objective versus subjective and good and bad are um, a bit muddled because morality doesn't really talk to good versus bad unless you're talking about like divine command theory or virtue theory, something like that. So, Justo says the Leviathan, another religious reference. It is. Well, J- J- Thomas Hobbes uses the analogy to the Leviathan as a metaphor. It, of course, yes, it's a religious reference, but it's used as a metaphor. The Leviathan is for George Berkeley, the government. He believes that any government, even an unjust government, is better than living in chaos. That was his that was his overarching argument is that the nature of humans without a social contract is short, nasty, and brutish, and that having a government provides a social contract for the well-being of of all people. So even in an unjust, even being within an unjust government is better than being in a state of nature where there is no social contract. That was Thomas Hobbes' argument. So, Justo says capitalism equals human nature, communism equals Jesus. No, where do you get that from? That's weird. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me check something here. Um, I'll be right back. You might see this frozen, but I'm still here. Give me one moment. Yeah, I'm back. But yeah, again, like I said, the Leviathan is a metaphor for the ideal government, even though it sounds ominous. That's it is a religious reference, though. Anyway, I'm let me get back to these last comments. Then I'm gonna end this because I'm going into 4 hours, and I um, didn't mean for this to last that long. That's what she said. But anyway, um, perpetrator says, I'm saying you can't even make a moral distinction without a subjective understanding, so there's no morality without subjective distinctions. Um, oh, Juice up saying I was just kidding. Okay, my bad. No, you're confusing that. Like making a value. So I get what you're saying. You're trying to say that you can't make a moral judgment without making a value judgment. I think that's what you're saying, and you're saying if I grasp you correctly, that all value judgments are subjective. I'll grant you that all value judgments are subjective. The question is, are all value judgments are all the question is, are all moral judgments therefore value judgments? So you're trying to reduce all moral judgments to being value judgments. I would argue no. Many are, but not all. Again, there has to be some point you draw in the sand to say, hey, it is wrong to kill that child. Hey, it is wrong to enslave that person. Hey, it is wrong to eat that person. Hey, it is it is wrong to slaughter all these people because you want to blame someone for the failures of your government. There is a point in a land, and there's a point you draw in the sand that says, yeah. And again, if you look at cross cultural studies, most most individuals within those societies would, and across these different cultures, would agree. They will all agree that there is that land and there is this that line in the sand saying, yeah, you don't do that. So if every culture on the face of the earth agrees that there is that line in the sand saying, yeah, you don't do that, then that is evidence that there is something objective about it. And again, if we all have instincts that predate us getting any sort of moral teaching from church, from school, from parents, that we all can, that we all get this gut instinct that something feels wrong, is innate. That's my point. Purchases are like there's no such thing as a moral fact. Again, that's wrong. A fact is just a statement of a. It's just a statement is just a. I mean, a fact is just a statement. It's supposedly a true statement, but every statement is either true or false. That's one of the most basic laws of logic, which is the by the the principle of bivalence, or the law of bivalence. Given any assertion, it can only have one of two true values, either true or false. Fact is just supposedly a true statement. So, can there be a moral fact? Yes. That means something that is a true statement of some moral behavior or whatever. Yeah. Just like they can be false. There can be moral, just like there can be moral facts, there can be moral contradictions. So, Juice says it's better to live under an unjust government versus living in a state of nature. I don't know what time Thomas Hobbes made this book, but he understands the problems of the 21st century. He wrote this in the 16 in believe the late 1600s, early 1700s. He was quite well aware. Again, you think of the British imperatives coming out of the times where British the, the the British Empire and France have been fighting a bloody war for like decades. You got like the 7 Years War. You got all these other things that was going on at the time. You had the Reformation, which was the big brouhaha between the like the Catholic Church and the Anglican Church and the Lutheran Church and all that crazy stuff. All these wars going on and all this suffering, and this in the era where there was no middle class. Like, you were either rich or poor. That was it. And most of the rich were the nobles. You were either a noble or you might have been a rich merchant, but everyone else was poor. Um, there was no middle class at the time. What predated capitalism was mercantilism. Mercantilism was the the I guess the progenitor of capitalism, where, like I said, a lot of people started coming into wealth through becoming merchants. Um, and life was hard, but and it seemed unjust because it seemed like the nobles had all the resources, where the common people had none. But despite that, Thomas Hobbes made a good argument that um, even a unjust government would be better than living in the primordial state of nature, where everyone is just for themselves. And history, so much as we can gather from prehistoric humans, kind of bears that out. Life was pretty chaotic in tribal societies. It was like it was just an endless state of warfare amongst these tribes and clans. And it wasn't until we got into like having like chiefdoms and feudal states, and then eventually nation states, that we saw a precipitous drop in violence and human violence. So Thomas Hobbes is right. I think where he was wrong, though, is that saying that any government is necessarily better than the state of nature. There can be some forms of government, totalitarian governments, that may be just as cruel as living in the state of nature. So that's where he was wrong, where he basically argues that any form of government is better than living in this state of state of nature. That that's where he goes too far. But the Leviathan is supposed to be an ideal government, though. Richard says, yes, I'm saying you can't have a moral judgment that exists independent of humans. That's not what. Just because a moral judgment doesn't exist independent of humans doesn't necessarily make it subjective. I mean, we might, depending on one's theory of math, some people might see math, whereas most people like myself who are Platonists believe that um, numbers exist independent, um, have an independent existence in reality, that they exist independently of people being able to grasp mathematics. They're not everyone who agrees with that. Some people would argue that math doesn't exist independently of humans, but that doesn't make math subjective. It's still one of the most objective um, things out there. So that doesn't really hold, that just because something doesn't exist independently of humans, that it is necessarily subjective. Our mental representations, whether we're talking about concepts, propositions, prototypes, thoughts, these may not these wouldn't exist independently of people, but that doesn't make them all subjective. So, perpetrator says the point you draw in the saying is subjective to countless factors. No, it's not. Again, you keep ignoring what I'm saying. That there's actual cross cultural research. I've taken cross cultural psychology. There's cross cultural research showing that there are universal taboos for every human society, which means they all drew the same land. Which means they all drew the same line in the sand. They all said no incest, no rape, no murder, no theft, no dishonesty, and so on. What they differentiated within each culture is the scope of those taboos. Every culture draws a different scope on which these taboos fit and do not fit. But all those taboos exist in every society. And that's points to the fact that we all have innate moral instincts. These instincts are just very complicated, unwritten precepts on how to behave with other people that lead to a harmonious coexistence. I can't make that any clearer, but I'm about to get off because this is going on way too long, and I'm not going to keep like going in circles about the same thing over and over and over again. Juso says, where was the social contract when the Pilgrims decided to kill and enslave people? Who did the Pilgrims enslave? You're thinking of the Puritans? Most of the Pilgrims ended up dying when they got here in 1607. No, I think that was 1619. The first English colony, Jamestown, failed in 1607. Most of them died. And they actually left and abandoned Jamestown and went back to Europe. The Pilgrims who came later in 1619, most of them were dying off too. They survived through the help of the Native Americans they met at the time, who helped them show them how to live in that environment. They didn't enslave those people. So that you're speaking of history that didn't even happen. They wouldn't have had the ability to enslave those Native Americans. Those Native Americans at any point in time could have just killed them off. There were later people who came after the Pilgrims, the Puritans, and they came with the bullshit. um, but again, um, the social contract extends to people you consider your own folks. That's the problem. When you gotta enlarge the circle of people you consider part of the social contract. I don't I, I don't get the confusion. Like the social contract doesn't mean every single human being if you don't if you don't consider every human being part of your social contract. It means people within your society. The Native Americans weren't part of their society. They never even encountered these people before. Perpetrator beta says a fact is 2 plus 2 equals 4. This exists even if humans do not, according to you, but some people may not believe that. Of course, I believe that. That's you have a confusion of what fact is. A fact a fact is an assertion, and any assertion is either true or false. That is 2 plus 2 equals 4 is a true assertion. It is a mathematical truth. Not only is it a mathematical truth, it's a necessary a priori truth. Necessary meaning it can't fail to be true in any possible worlds or counterfactual conditions. And a priori meaning that you don't need to make observations to see that it is true. It's also analytic truth because it is true just by the virtue of the terms of the statement 2 plus 2 equals 4, which is based on set theory, which is a part of logic. In any case, what you're calling a fact is just an assertion that is assumed to be true, where an opinion is an assertion which is assumed to be subjective. But an opinion is either true or false. A fact is either true or false. Rather, a factual statement or factual assertion is either true or false. Some factual assertions upon further evidence turn out to be false. So the world was once thought to be the center of the universe, and there were geocentric models to explain it. Turned out to be false. But anyway, the point is that's what you're calling a fact is just an assertion that is assumed to be true, whereas an opinion is an assertion that is assumed to be subjective. But an opinion being an assertion is either true or false. A fact, when it's asserted, is either true or false. But a truth is true. A false is false. That sounds trivially true, but it gets into some basic principles of logic. And again, there are some philosophers of math who don't accept the Platonic view of mathematics. Some of them don't accept that things like numbers, sets, and relations exist independently of us. I don't agree with that, but there are folks who have well articulated those arguments. Um, but I don't think just because they do means that that they would accept mathematics as subjective. So you're confusing two different things: whether something is subjective with whether something exists independently of humans. That, like, no, those are two different things. It's, that's a bit wrong-headed. Purposes, you misunderstand me. I'm saying if it exists independently of humans, it's objective. You're the one saying morality is objective. There's no concept of morality outside of a human brain. That's not what I'm saying. First of all, if something exists independently of humans, you're saying it's objective. Okay, let's run with that. So let's say you're basically pointing out what you're advocating is called naive realism. Although I am a realist, I don't agree with naive realism because most of the things that we think exist independently of us are a matter of our mental representations of things. Most things we think exist independently of us aren't as we actually observe them to be. That is what you're saying is naive realism. But I don't agree with naive realism. My form of realism is a scientific realism, which is things that that basically that the tools of science aim to portray in a realistic explanation of how things actually are, and that getting getting a little bit into philosophy of mind, like most of the things we assume to exist are through our mental representations of them. Like color is subjective. Like you may think color is this objective thing, but color does not exist. it's a, it's just a way our brain processes different wavelengths of light. But in any case, I'm not saying that morality is objective and that there is no concept of morality outside of a human brain. What I said is I largely agree with the people who said that morality is relative. However, I was saying there must be something objective underlying moralities, that morality is pretty much domain relative, but there's something underlying morality which is objective. Otherwise, we couldn't have universal moral instincts if there wasn't something underlying it which is objective. I'm not going to debate this anymore. I'm not going to go in another half an hour trying to explain something which I've just explained for 30 minutes because you don't grasp it. If you want to do the due diligence, you can look it up yourself, or you can buy the book Moral Minds, which explains it. Again, that book Moral Minds, he actually goes further than what I believe. He basically believes the morality is a code of rules like those of learning language, which we learn in linguistics. I wouldn't go that far. I would say there are basic moral instincts which are universal, but to say that there was a universal language of morality, the way uh, uh, Hauser argues in his book, I think that is more speculative than the evidence gives us. Um, but yes, they have done studies. Like I said, when you can do studies showing an innateness of something, that's that you know that confirms that evidence. And when you see that not only is it instinctual, but it's universal, that every society shares these different moral taboos, you know that it's not just coming from a uh, a Western point of view, that this is something that's shared even in pre-modern societies, um, that they all have the same cultural taboos, more or less. Um, that's not subjective. When every society has the same cultural taboos, that's not subjective. When everyone has these gut feelings of right and wrong, that is not subjective because it's an instinct. It's like it's like just like the instincts to fight or flight. It's not subjective. We have those instincts because they ensured our survival as as humans, and other animals have that fight or flight response as well. Similarly, people who live in complicated social arrangements, and some animals do too, like some ants and bees and primates live in complicated social arrangements, societies, that is, have rules, instinctual rules of behavior to how they govern themselves. That's not subjective. When you have instinctual rules of behavior to govern how people behave amongst each other, that is because that was an evolutionary adaptation to ensure that those creatures, or humans in this case, are able to survive. So that's why there's something underlying objective to morality, which is there's some universal moral instincts that we all have to get along with one another for the continuance of society. And that happens because our ancestors were the ones who lived by these patterns of behavior which ensured survival amongst each other, whereas the ones who didn't died out. It doesn't get more objective than that. But I'm not saying all morality is objective, just that there's something underlying objective to morality. But morality itself is domain relative. So you say you're saying my point in opposite. I don't think so. Justo says, sorry, I got my history wrong. I'm brainwashed. Unless it's facts. BSK says live now. Yeah, I need to get off. It's way too late. Mona says like and hit super chat. Buy my guy a coffee, please. BSK says PB maybe give actual definition. Perpetrator basis, you're confusing innate with objective again. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is if something is innate, it's not subjective. I'm not confusing them. I'm telling you that one is a necessary condition for the other. Something is not going to be innate and also subjective. So that's what I'm saying. Innateness is not a sufficient condition for objectivity, but it is a necessary condition. Perpetrators as universal moral instincts would transcend humanity. What? What? Dude, are you smoking granola? The human brain being a contingent of morality makes it subjective, dummy. What? You don't know what you're talking about. You're confusing. You're using words and just putting them, stringing them together, to, and you think you know what you're talking about, but you don't. I didn't insult you at any point in time, but your failure to grasp what I'm saying is your problem, not mine. So there's no need to insult me on my channel because you can't grasp something that I've been telling you for over a half an hour. That is your problem. There is Google. Google now has a Chat GPT variant called Gemini. Argue with Gemini, don't argue with me. Unlike you, I've put in the work in school. I know these things. I don't know what you're asking PSK with the cats playing with a crippled, frantic rat immoral, food or not. Um, again, to uh, No, I wouldn't say that's a matter of morality because animals have to. Animals can't. Most animals can't engage in a social contract for there to be a conception of morality amongst them. If animals don't have a conception of morality, then they can't do something that's moral or immoral. Only only a being that has a concept of conception of morality can engage in moral or immoral acts. So this is why for some moral philosophers in the past they only considered humans and celestial beings to have the ability to engage in morality or be moral beings. And unfortunately, these same people thought that only Europeans were only Europeans and celestial beings were um, capable of entering into a contract of morality. Therefore, that meant that you could treat people who weren't European any way you wished. So that kind of answers the question that Justo was talking about while about why did European explorers act cruelly towards the indigenous people that they encountered. That's because if they didn't and if they didn't fall within their circle of what they considered to be moral agents, then they could be treated any way they wanted. The social contract only the social contract only pertains to people who are considered moral agents. If that's if within that society, if you're not considered a moral agent, then you can be treated any way they wish, which means killed or enslaved or other sorts of heinous things. You're saying he's going on about, you realize you're the only one here, right? You said he's going on about how humans share innate morality and objective morality would include moral truths. So tell me what moral truths that exist without human judgment. What part do you not understand? What part do you not understand? You never even taken fucking ethics. You're a fucking idiot online who doesn't know shit trying to talk to someone who's studied this shit for fucking years who you can't grasp, and you're wasting my fucking time. If there's no one else on this chat, um, I'm gonna go. If any of the mods are here, y'all can time his ass out because I'm not gonna keep talking to some fucking retard who's gonna insult me because he's too stupid to grasp something that I've explained to him for 40 minutes. Oh, I am. Get the fuck off my channel. Critical thinking is simple fucktard. No, it's not. If critical thinking was simple, then everyone would do it. The problem with common sense is that everyone thinks they have an abundant amount of it, so they never look to increase their amount of sense. And you're a prime example of that. And you can get the fuck off my channel. And what the hell is QQ? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're literally making up shit because you have no formal education, and it's obvious from the what stuff you've been saying for the last 45 minutes. Uh, I guess my mods are gone because yeah, he he got salty with me because I've been calmly explaining the same thing to him for like the last 40 minutes. Then decided to call me a dummy. I'm the dummy when he's the one who fails to grasp something that I've been explaining to him for 45 minutes for free, by the way. I had to pay for this sort of information. He's getting it for free. So I'm gonna go. It's way late, and I don't enjoy wasting my time. I don't mind being up late if I'm actually having a productive art discussion. But once someone gets to insulting me and it's like past midnight, no, that's no, that's a no go. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I'm guessing my mods left long time ago. Um, but this has been the longest live I think I've done. Um, and I'm gonna avoid any future chats about that delve too much into religion because when you start to when you bring in people who want to talk about religion but have no philosophy background, they tend to sound pretty stupid. And I don't care if people get mad when they hear this on the replay. It is what it is. I hate saying that too. That's such a empty saying. But anyway, I'm gone, guys. If anyone has any further things they want to talk about, they can leave it in the comments section and I'll catch it later. But up until about the last 40 minutes, I appreciated the communique. But don't be like that guy, perpetrator beta. I think that name perfectly explains him. Perpetrator beta. You're gonna disagree with someone who's giving you information, calmly explaining it, and you get mad because they don't agree with you on something that you don't know anything about. Uh, all right, guys, I'm out.